I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. You are worried of what's to come, but you never know until it's all said and done. You can stay home all night and day, resting your mind, keeping all bad thoughts away. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm, in your own bed and in from the storm. my laser beams. And I can't jump over buildings, and I'm afraid of everything.
Hello. We'll get started in just a couple minutes.
Do you mind signing this real quick? This is just an extra copy that they needed printed. I think it was just that one. Yeah. Jamie will need. It was just the extra copy they requested.
And do we have them assigned? Oh, you
Yes.
must have all that together. Okay. Ready when you are.
Should be on.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, everybody. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Tonight is July 16th, 2024. It's a regular meeting. It's 5:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
It's my understanding that Assemblymember Myers is excused.
Yes.
Member Martinez.
Present.
Member Littlefield.
Here.
Member Rivera.
Present.
Member Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel.
Here.
Member Bronga.
Here.
Member Vollen.
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley.
Here.
Member Solt.
He's excused.
Member Perez Verdia.
Here.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I don't know, I think there's a volume issue with our broadcast. Is there any way we could make it a little bit louder? Thank you. Is that better in the audience? A little bit better, a bit better. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda we have our Pledge of Allegiance and land acknowledgement. Mr. Johnson, would you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Vollen, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Next, we have minutes from previous meetings. We have items 4A, regular meeting, May 7, 2024, 4B, regular meeting, May 21, 2024, and 4C, special meeting, May 31, 2024. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve items 4A through 4C.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes from previous meetings have been adopted. Next, we will have the mayor's report. Ms. Mayor LaFrance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. First of all, I apologize for not being in the chambers in person this evening. As I am participating telephonically, I'll keep my remarks brief. I had the honor of being selected for the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. This week is the kickoff to the year-long program. The initiative is a unique opportunity to learn from other leaders and bring back ideas for Anchorage around collaboration, problem solving, and innovation. This is really exciting when we think about how we'll tackle the big challenges in front of us, whether it's homelessness, childcare, or energy. If we want to see different outcomes when it comes to these big challenges, we need to be open to different ideas and approaches to get there. I'm looking forward to sharing more about the initiative and what we can apply here in Anchorage. After 2 weeks on the job, I want to give a special thanks to our municipal workforce. I have the honor of working alongside dedicated public servants, and I am grateful for their commitment and their ongoing investment to our community. I also want to thank Kent Kohlhase, who is here in his last assembly meeting as municipal manager. Kent has provided an experienced and steady hand at City Hall, and I'm grateful for his service to Anchorage. I hear he may have some very well-deserved vacation coming up. Thank you, Kent. Our team has been especially focused on the priority of good government because we can't do anything until our municipal house is in order. I am committed to an effective and accountable local government that is focused on serving the people of Anchorage. As you all know, the municipality is facing a series of operational challenges that impact service delivery. These challenges include high levels of vacancy across most departments, along with a series of financial challenges that have impacted the ability to close the books and budget strategically. We have now officially completed the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or the ACFR. I want to thank all of the staff who worked hard to make this happen. This is a relief and also a cautionary tale. We must get our municipal finances in order and ensure stability going forward. We've been hard at work already these first few weeks. We've been building and onboarding a strong team to tackle our big challenges. We've released an update to APD's body-worn camera policy that allows the release of footage while protecting criminal investigations. And we appointed, and thank you to the Assembly members for confirming, a hydropower director. These first few weeks have been a reminder that we have a lot of work in front of us, but also a lot to look forward to here in Anchorage. Lastly, I want to say I think many of us feel the big forces that are trying to divide us, especially after the events of this weekend. There is no place for violence in our democracy. My hope is that we all find peaceful paths forward together. My commitment is to bring the temperature down and work to find common ground for Anchorage. I ran for mayor because I believe local government is where we can come together to improve our community. I look forward to working alongside our legislative body to prioritize getting things done and serving the people of Anchorage. I am honored to serve as your mayor, and I am so looking forward to what's to come for our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, we have the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. First, I'd like to welcome the new mayor and the new staff. Since this is your first assembly meeting after the mayoral transition, I would like to welcome you, Mayor LaFrance, and all of your staff to the dais. We have some new and returning faces. And while there will be many late nights and tough decisions and tensions in this room, I look forward to working collaboratively with all of you to solve our city's problems, to celebrate our successes, and find innovative ways to reach our shared goal of making Anchorage an even better place to live. On the assembly, we have a saying about leaving it on the dais. Sometimes things get heated up here and tense discussions cause frustrations. However, once the meeting ends, we do our best to put all of that in the past, shake hands, ask about plans for the weekend, and leave knowing that we are all working our hardest to represent our constituents and do the best job for our city. I hope we can foster that relationship with you as well. We might disagree on some things, but there is always something we can agree on that we can work on tomorrow. I wish you the best of luck in your new roles and look forward to getting down to the business, which I can say we have been down to the business for the last week or so. Also, to Mr. Cole Hayes, thank you, recognizing that tonight is your last night in that chair as the manager. I can't thank you enough for your service that you've provided to our community. You took the helm in a time which can only be described as very difficult and dark for our community, and you served with professionalism, honesty, integrity, and a good sense of humor. You responded to calls and emails properly and promptly and listened to the concerns of the assembly members. You helped us respond to our constituents' concerns and helped us to develop solutions on our shared legislation. Sometimes it was heated, and we always managed to make it through the next day and keep doing the work of the people, and that's a credit to your integrity. It's been a real pleasure working with you, and I hope we continue to work with you in the future in some manner. Now, I would also like to express to the community we have been working to restructure our assembly committee process. This week, we issued a new restructured assembly committee plan. Our hope is that the new structure helps the assembly to operate more efficiently and helps municipal departments and the community to better engage with our work. Exactly will be shared when we launch the new committee webpage, which is coming very soon. But some of the big changes are as follows. We'll have fewer committees of the whole so that members can serve on fewer committees and give more of their time to the ones that they serve on. The Health and Public Safety Committee will combine to become the Public Health and Safety Committee. Infrastructure will be added to the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee, and it will become a committee of the whole, or it will continue to be a committee of the whole. And the Ethics and Elections Committee will continue to oversee those functions, but will also add other municipal functions and become Quality Municipal Services Committee. Additionally, we've done our best to match each municipal department with an assembly committee to ensure that departments have a clearly defined route to communicate and access the assembly, to bring ideas and concerns, provide input on issues affecting their departments. I'll send a letter to the departments in the next few weeks outlining these changes and inviting them to participate in their corresponding committees. To committee chairs, I encourage you to think creatively how you want to interact with the departments as well as the boards and commissions that fall under the scope of the committee. Otherwise, just the boilerplate, we have a full agenda tonight, and you'll note with the agenda tonight, I apologize in advance, there will be a lot of moves in the agenda, changes to the order, and things that come up not quite as they were listed on the agenda. And I know that that is difficult for people to follow sometimes, so I'm letting you know in advance that there's going to be these items happening tonight. But this is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the city. We try to create a climate of respect in the chambers. We ask that you refrain from personal attack, speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping and pacing. Clapping is in order during the resolutions, honoring people, recognizing people, but otherwise we try to keep it to a minimum. We ask you to keep signs 8.5 by 11 inches or smaller. We ask you to keep the aisles clear, except when lined up to testify. And if you have something for members of the assembly, please hand it to the clerk up at the front. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance within the rules does not occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. Thank you, and now we'll go to our committee reports, and we'll start with Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee met on July 11th. And the topics of our conversations were around utility expansion. Primarily, we had a presentation from AWU. And just to remind members of the public, all of our meetings are recorded and available online. So if you weren't able to attend, you can listen into these meetings. But also all of the material that we publish, whether a presentation or otherwise, are available on the Community and Economic Development website page as well. We also have online a map of GIS, some GIS mapping around the utilities and where water hookups are, what wastewater hookups, and this is really all about the idea of, as we continue to have the economic development conversation, where are the utility hookups, what does it cost to expand versus infill, and where are the targeted areas of the growth that we can see with the most limited amount of overall investments up front, and what is the public investment strategy. We also had a presentation share at your request for beginning to get a handle on the district plan inventory. As you are aware, Chair, I often remark about the East Anchorage District Plan, which is 10 years old, and it's 10 years this year. And there are other district plans all across the municipality, and a lot of them are, whether they're shelved, sitting down, or just haven't been moved forward, and there are other plans in the works. We wanted to get a handle on that, and so I appreciate the planning department for working together with our committee staff to begin to bring together an inventory, give us a sense of where plans are, and give us a sense of what opportunities we have before us, and then some challenges that we can move out of the way. Additionally, Chair, we've begun the conversation around expansion of the tax abatement areas, primarily with the vision of the expanding reinvestment focus areas from other areas across Anchorage, and that conversation will continue at our next meeting, which is scheduled for August 1st. Our meetings meet on the first Thursday of the month, and we meet at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center at 4700 Elmore Avenue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to report.
That's going to be changing soon. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the Municipal Audit Committee, it has been
many months of reports from me on the annual comprehensive financial review and the ever-shifting timeline for issuance of the ACFR. Assembly members got confirmation yesterday, and then we heard from the mayor today that the ACFR has finally been issued. A huge thank you to everyone for all of your hard work to get us to this finish line. I know it was a Herculean effort. Now that the ACFR has been issued, I am planning a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee on Wednesday, July 31st at 12 noon at City Hall, room 155, to begin our review and assessment of the process. Thank you.
Did you mention the 23 audit? Did I miss that?
I do not have any information regarding the 2023 audit. I just mentioned the 2022 audit.
I do believe a contract was finalized today for the 23 audit, so the committee will not be without something to do.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will be this Thursday. That's July 18th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at City Hall, room 155, and also available by phone or online. Pretty packed agenda. We're going to be getting an update from AWU on the 301H EPA permit, which is something that is necessary for continued operations of the wastewater treatment facility, as well as discussing the project management office project. And then we got a pretty packed agenda relating to the Port of Alaska modernization program, including a discussion around the transit shed demolition, Terminal 1, the crane purchase, as well as additional trestles for T1, an update from the Design Advisory Board on Terminal 2, Northeast Stabilization, alternate fuels location, and several other things under the PAMP. So a lot going on there. And then also I'll just note relating to that, there is an item that was on the addendum for tonight related to funding for the warm storage building. That will also be taken up at EUOC later this week, and so don't expect any action on that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Zalatel.
No report tonight, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. Public Health and Safety Committee's new structure is being worked out. Mr. Perez-Verdia and I have had a few meetings about it. We will meet for the first time as a combined committee on August 7th at 11 a.m. in room 155. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Anchorage Assembly's Transportation Committee will be on Wednesday, July 17th from 1 to 3 p.m. at City Hall in Conference Room 155. It'll be primarily focused on public transportation. We'll be hearing a number of updates from that department, including the service change that has been reported that may go into effect in October, workforce challenges, etc. A final recommendation for the transit center site selection study, and upcoming fare analysis study and fare box upgrade project, as well as a bus to work concept that Member Martinez has been talking about with the Public Transportation Department. We're also going to hear from the Planning Department on the progress for the Downtown Streets Engineering Study. So please join us if you can. Additionally, I want to give a report as the ex officio member for the ACDA. A couple updates here. The Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors approved Resolution 2024-7 in support of allowing free on-street parking for individuals with disabilities or mobility impaired permits. This includes increased fines for illegal parking and a new digital permit system. The municipal ordinance update will be forthcoming to adopt this recommended change. Additionally, ACDA recently applied for a federal EDA grant to support the Vacant and Abandoned Property Program. Award notification will be in the fall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. A couple reports. First, for the Budget and Finance Committee, our next meeting will be Thursday, July 18th, this Thursday, from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. in City Hall, Room 155, and we'll hear our usual reports on the budget. We also, as the Assembly, held a work session on the Capital Improvement Program, CIP, development of the list and the process that we go through to do that. That was on Friday, May 31st, so you can go back and watch the recording if you're interested. I mention that because we are actively working with the new administration about proposed changes to the timeline and generally for the process, making process improvements for the community to give input on those capital projects and then how we turn that into our CIP list every year. So more on that soon. It's a very important component of our budgeting process. And then also just want to note that we will have a work session on alcohol tax funding priorities on Friday, July 26th at 1 p.m. also in City Hall. Not just the purview of the Budget Committee, but since it is related to our budget, folks can tune into that if you're interested in that discussion. And then on the Legislative Committee, our next meeting has not yet been scheduled. We will be meeting again in September, but I did want to briefly take the opportunity to note that on June 27th, Governor Dunleavy signed the FY25 state budget, which did include some positives for Anchorage, one of them being the $4 million in operating grant for emergency shelter to the municipality. However, we also saw several $7 million in operating and capital budget items that were vetoed, some of which were intended to go to the municipality, others go to other institutions, facilities, and organizations that operate within our borders and provide services to the community. So if you'd like more information on that, the Assembly published a newsletter on, I believe it was July 3rd, right before the holiday, that has those details listed out by district as far as vetoes. And then I'll just note each of our 6 districts did have items vetoed, but there was a disproportionate number and dollar amount of vetoes that impacted our friends in East Anchorage, and that includes again, institutions and other facilities in that district. So just to note, if you want more information, you can find it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brawley. Finally, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few updates. On July 25th at 4:30 in room 155 will be the Anchorage Equity Committee. Please attend if you can. Also, thank you to my co-chair for the Public Health and Safety Committee for announcing that meeting. I appreciate that. I wanted to make a note that this Friday at 10:20 a.m. there will be a work session on the new body-worn camera policy where the hopefully soon-to-be approved police chief and municipal attorney will be there to walk through and talk about that policy. So we encourage you to attend that. Also, at the Public Health and Safety meeting that we intend on having in August, there will be, one of the items on there will be a discussion about the reboot of the Public Safety Commission and the potential connection between that and increased public oversight. Finally, I want to mention that the Housing and Homeless Committee, which now I am co-chair and Mr. Salt is also co-chair. That meeting will now be on July 24th at 1 to 2:30 p.m. in room 155. You can expect presentations from the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness and also some information from the current administration on their ideas on cold weather shelter, emergency cold weather shelter, abatement, and also some of their thoughts about planning for their strategy for homelessness coming in the next few months and years. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just report briefly that this Friday from 11:30 to 1:30, we're going to have our Food for Thought work session, which I've been doing once a month, talk about some of the good things happening in Anchorage, what's good Anchorage is a subtitle. And this month we'll be discussing bike organizations and bike policies in the city. And so we have half a dozen or more organizations working in the bike space to come and have a really robust conversation about all the good things happening in the municipality relating to biking. So with that, next on the agenda,
Mr. Chair, sorry, point of information.
Yep.
I meant to mention in my report on the Transportation Committee, but neglected to do so, that Member Littlefield will be joining me as co-chair, and so I welcome him and happy to have his involvement. Thank you.
Thanks, and that gets back to you'll have something to say soon. All right, next is the addendum to the agenda. Addendum includes items to be added to the agenda and prepared Friday before the assembly meeting. The assembly formally does this through a motion to incorporate the addendum as well as possible laid on the table items. Before we go to the addendum, we're going to address laid on the table items, which incorporate any laid on the table items in the agenda. For items that are not supplemental to be addressed on the consent agenda, the code requires an affirmative vote of at least 8 members. So we have three items, 2 that are supplemental, 1 that is new. So you'll note that there's an item 10C5 probably in your laid on the table packet. We're not going to move that tonight. We'll come back to that conversation later. But first we have supplemental 10B2A Information Memorandum AIM 103-2024, AR 2024-207, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the Anchored Home Strategic Plan as the municipality's action plan to address homelessness through 2028. No action is required. Then another supplemental item that we have, and this is going to be a new standard, it's 10F2 Information Memorandum, unnumbered, administration's answers to assembly member questions. And so just for members' knowledge, we've had some discussions and we've decided that for questions, so we'll work on getting those items, just so you know what's happening. Historically, members have asked the administration for responses to questions in advance of the meeting, and then those responses have been shared with all members. We're working through council and the administration to come up with a process to publish those responses by AIM before every meeting so the public has an opportunity to see the responses to those questions as well. So it's just one more effort to provide transparency into our process. And if the questions aren't printed, what we'll do is we will get them printed and we will, I guess, incorporate that later. So then the final item for introduction is a time-sensitive item. It's 10B4 and 10B4A. So it's Resolution AR 2024-218, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly submitting a request for a 2-year extension to resolve disagreements regarding the proposed final fish and wildlife program of the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project for gubernatorial approval, as well as in the same item, 10B4A, Assembly Memorandum AM 557-2024, comments to the governor from the municipality of Anchorage in response to stakeholder comments to the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project's proposed final fish and wildlife program. For this item, go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion to lay on the table by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This item is time sensitive in that the response, the owner's response to stakeholder comments are due on or before the 24th of this month, and we do not meet again until the 30th. Should this be laid on the table, the intention is to pull it and postpone it to the special meeting that is scheduled for the end of this week on the 19th. Thank you.
All right, so any members have questions on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'll go ahead and ask for unanimous consent. There's a motion to approve. Is there any objection? I'm hearing and seeing no objection, so that item has been laid, those items under 10B4 have been laid on the table. So I believe that's,
We have several supplementals. You have the body worn camera supplemental S. You have an AIM that goes with it, and this one. They're in our packets, so do you want?
which packet?
They were in these.
Okay. Yeah, normally we get the title and then we read them, so,
So they're these three, if you just want them for the titles.
and these are all supplemental.
Yes, they are all supplemental.
Thank you for keeping us on order, Vice Chair Zalatel. We have 3 more supplemental items. It's important that we get the titles of these items to the clerk by 4:30 so we can keep them in order. Oh, they were. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So the first supplemental item, additional, is AR 2024-210S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly demanding accountability and transparency regarding body-worn camera footage of the police shooting of Chris Handy, providing guidance to the administration and Anchorage Police Department on release of body-worn camera footage of critical incidents generally, and calling for a full review and reconsideration of the APD policy on body-worn camera. Okay, thank you. So supplemental item, so that's all. Then we have an AIM, which is an unnumbered AIM associated to the same item, AR 2024-210S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly demanding accountability and transparency regarding body-worn camera footage of the police shooting of Chris Handy, providing guidance to the administration and Anchorage Police Department on release of body-worn camera footage of critical incidents generally, and calling for a full review and reconsideration of APD policy on body-worn cameras, information for the Assembly's consideration. And then we have, I think, the final supplemental item, which is AO 2024-61S1, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.60 to add a new section, amending AMC Title 16 to add a new chapter, and amending AMC Sections 1.35.010, 3.20.010, 3.30.012, and 3.30.172 to establish the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education ACE Fund Board and the Principal Executive Officer for the Child Care and Early Education Fund to implement Charter Section 606. That concludes the addendum and laid on the table, or excuse me, the addendum, no, the laid on the table procedure. So now I would like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion to incorporate by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any discussion? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, there is no objection. The addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we have appearance requests. Appearance request tonight, 9A, Jessica Parks, Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. Michelle Brown, the Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness Board member, will be speaking.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Constant and members of the Assembly.
Michelle, you turned the mic off.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, sorry. We've learned from our work here and from others that we make the most progress when we agree on a plan that's based on data, best practices, and shared goals. When we intentionally align our efforts around those goals, and when we hold ourselves accountable for results. The Anchored Home Plan that this body adopted several years ago set us on that path, and it was renewed through various resolutions that followed. A proof of concept was the post-COVID plan to house and shelter those leaving the Sullivan. It was adopted by this body and called for more housing units and for deploying small, geographically diverse shelters leading to housing. The collaborative public-private implementation of that plan, notwithstanding many fits and starts, resulted in the 3rd Avenue Navigation and Resource Center, a complex care shelter, coordinated street outreach, and 271 new low-barrier housing units with resident supports. That's what a shared vision, results focus, and collaboration can achieve. The next iteration of Anchored Home is before you tonight. It firmly sets the stage for more accountability and more results. It's a plan based on robust data and individual and community housing outcomes. Public and private providers coordinate around the person experiencing homelessness rather than leaving that to the person themselves to navigate serially through many services. We now operate as an interconnected system. As you've heard about the new Next Step program, many organizations have aligned to do a whole cycle, find people through street outreach, know them, know their situation, get them into appropriate housing as quickly as possible, support them and navigate them to the services they need to retain that housing and to help them gain skills and income. Think of the Anchored Home Plan as an orchestra conductor. We have many, many entities in this community that individually play their instruments beautifully, but without a conductor, we have no symphony. This next iteration of Anchored Home that's before you tonight knits together public and private entities to see more people housed and stable. More than just getting people out of the cold, more than just getting people off the streets. It helps people get and maintain housing. For the first time I can remember, because of Anchored Home, over the last 6 months, we saw more people leaving homelessness than entering homelessness. There's still plenty to do, but I cut short. I respectfully urge you to pass Anchored Home as the plan for this community.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I don't see any questions. Thank you. So I just note that this discussion was about the Anchored Home Plan, which Ms. Alatel is the steward of that organization, so she wasn't here when this process was held. So next on the agenda, we have the consent agenda. So the consent agenda are items number 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be accepted, adopted, approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly discussion and separate vote on any of those items. Under the Assembly rules, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. And we'll start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10B2, 10B3, 10C1, 10C2, 10D1, 2, and 3, 10D5, and 6.
So that was quite a list. I'm going to go back through it. So it's 10B, 2 and 3, 10C, 1 and 2, 10D, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I'd like to pull 10A1 for reading.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you. Ms. Braga.
Wanted to pull 10B2 was already pulled, I'm sorry. 10D5, okay, all mine have been pulled, thank you.
All right, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10B4. 10C4. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Right, so just to reiterate, it's 10B4 and 10C4, and that was it. All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No additional items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. No additional items.
All right, so to go back to the list, what about 10A2? Ms. Alatel, thank you. I don't know who has that one for reading. So 10A1 is Ms. Brawley, 10A2, Ms. Alatel, 10B2, Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10B3, Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10B4, Ms. Alatel, 10C1 and 2, Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10C4, Ms. Alatel, 10C1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and that's all the items I have pulled. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair, I had intended to pull 10A2, so apologies about that, and someone else must have 10A1. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and swap. So 10A1 will be Ms. Braga, and 10A2 will be Ms. Brawley. Okay, I think we've got it squared away, or at least as square as we are for now. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded, I believe, by Mr. Volland. And I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda has been approved minus the pulled items. Yes, so for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all items in 10G. I would note for the clerk for item 10G, one, just because I've had some outreach by some folks, I'm going to ask that that item be set for public hearing for the August 13th meeting. Item 10G1. So just direct that to be set for August 13th instead of 7:30. Okay, so next on the agenda then, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 10A1 and A2, then 10 Delta 1 and 10 Delta 2, the confirmations, then 10 Bravo 3, then 10 Bravo 2, Charlie 1, Charlie 2, Delta 6. Those are all items I have conflicts on, and then return back to 10 Charlie 3.
Second.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. You want to speak to that, Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to stack those issues in which I have conflicts together so I don't have to run in and out of the chambers, and also would like to take the confirmation hearings up early, as I believe there are people here for those, and other items that are in between may take us a while tonight. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to change the order of the day?
Mr. Chair, was there a second?
Yes, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't have an objection, but I have a point of information. What happens, or what order was 10 Bravo 4 in? I just want to make sure we didn't forget that one.
So thank you, Ms. Brawley. It would go after the conflict items, so before 10C3, we would return back to the first item we had skipped over numerically.
Okay, thank you, no objection.
So I have a feeling this is the first of a few times this is going to happen tonight. So I did not hear any objection. So with that, we'll consider the motion to change the order of the day complete. The clerk has it up on the board. And so next we'll take up item 10A1. Oh, I asked for unanimous consent, I'm sorry. And I heard no objection. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for keeping us on track.
Move to approve?
So let me read it first.
Oh.
Item 10A1 is AR 2024-204, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Aaron Pascar for his many years of community. Community service. So I'm going to do that one more time. 10A1, Resolution AR 2024-204, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Aaron Pascar for his many years of community service. Is there a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga. Who was the second? Is there any objection? Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing none, the item is adopted. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading, Chair.
Ms. Bronga, you have the floor. If the family and friends or Mr. Pascar are here, please come down. Come on down.
I love this. Look at this cheering squad. Whereas Aaron Pascar is one of the founding leaders of the Anchorage Coalition of Community Patrols, established due to concerns over rising crime rates in the city. These patrols are eyes and ears for the police. They help with traffic control, find lost children and adults, help with accidents and stranded vehicles, and volunteer at schools and community events. And whereas Mr. Pascar founded Nunaka Valley Community Patrol in 1995 in the neighborhood he has called home for 50 years. He has trained countless other patrollers, and collectively they average 150 hours of patrolling each month. Their presence in the neighborhood helps foster community pride and has made Nunaka Valley safer. And whereas Mr. Pascar's passion for making a difference and his willingness to go above and beyond exemplify the spirit of civic engagement and volunteerism. He has volunteered as a scout leader for 22 years, served on Anchorage Search and Rescue for 23 years, and acted as the Nunaka Valley Elementary School crossing guard for 20 years, to name just a few of his volunteer roles. And whereas people like Mr. Pascar are the backbone of the community and are what makes Anchorage a truly great place to live, his selflessness, leadership, and dedication serve as an inspiration to us all. He has been quoted as saying, "It only takes one person to start a movement." And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Aaron Pascar for the invaluable contributions to Anchorage and for embodying the spirit of community service. We thank him for making a difference and for helping to make our city a better place for all who call it home. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 16th day of July 2024.
I would like to thank everybody, all the people involved. The city is worth everything that we do for it. You on the assembly, the people that, just everybody that makes things better for the community, because every community is worth saving. And this is what I believe in. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item 10A2. Excuse me. 10A2 is Resolution AR 2024-215, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Raymond LeBlanc for his years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing, hearing none. That item has passed. Ms. Brawley, are you reading? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Raymond LeBlanc for his years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Raymond LeBlanc, born January 16, 1967 in Worcester, Massachusetts, has two brothers, Rick and Scott. Ray graduated from Tohoto High School in 1985 and joined the Air Force and was stationed at Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska in November 1985. Ray worked in base supply for 7 years until April 1992, where he traveled and supplied parts for the F-15 fighter jets during exercises. And whereas Raymond LeBlanc started working for the municipality of Anchorage in May 1992 as an intern in the IT department, Ray began working full-time with the Fleet Maintenance Department in November 1992 as an assistant parts warehouseman. Ray worked 10 years supporting street maintenance, APD, and other departments throughout the municipality before moving to solid waste services in 2002 for a promotion to parts warehouseman and later promoted to parts expediter. And whereas Raymond LeBlanc worked security at the Sullivan Arena, Egan, and Denina Center for 31 years, Ray has been an umpire with USA Softball for 15 years, has also been involved with the Special Olympics for over 6 years, participating with his son Stephen and coaching floor hockey and golf, where they won multiple gold medals together. Ray is currently starting a softball Special Olympics team. And whereas fellow coworkers and supervisors have described Raymond as respectful, loyal, dedicated, honorable, a thoughtful advocate, fostering a collaborative SWS family atmosphere, and always providing rationality and sound judgment in every aspect of department operations. Whereas Raymond LeBlanc has been devoted to public service with the unwavering love and support of his family, including wife Tracy and children Darren, Rachel, Amber, Stephen, Cassandra, and Catherine. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Raymond LeBlanc for his 32 years of dedicated and devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and the people of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 16th day of July, 2024.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a couple things, and one is you have a lot of work ahead of you, unfortunately. When I applied, we were lucky to see one job come out with the municipality at that time, and now you have over 100 jobs that are open at this time. I hope you work with the recruitment and look at the younger generation, trying to bring them in, because you definitely need more bodies working for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 10D1, AM 552-2024, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Sean Case, Chief of Police. This item was pulled by Mr. Presverdia.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve, Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I just want to first say that it's been a real honor to work with Sean Case over the last few years, and I'm really excited about this appointment. I think that he will bring a new relationship between this community and the police department, one that is centered around transparency and accountability and professionalism. And I'm looking forward to the work ahead. So I'm excited about this confirmation and want to encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question for Chief Designee Case, so if you can come on up. You thought it was over on Friday. Just one. Well, it's 3 questions, but it's really just one. So during your confirmation hearing last week, I asked a question and used the words transparency and accountability in the question that I asked in reference to the vote on body-worn cameras and other IT needs for APD in 2021. Your initial reaction to my question was a little bit disheartening. So to me, I will just tell you what it sounded like to me. It sounded to me like transparency and accountability were seen as negative things at APD. So I want to give you an opportunity to address this question again. So I'm going to ask the question in a slightly different way. I guess, Chief Designee Case, how do you define transparency and accountability when it comes to APD? Do you think there is room for improvement when it comes to transparency and accountability at APD? And last, if there are negative views within APD of the ideas of transparency and accountability, and I'll let you opine on whether you think there are or not, do you commit to working to change that culture within APD? So those are my 3 questions.
Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, transparency for me is really defined by the community. You know, my job is not to look at the community and tell them that I'm being transparent. It's the community's job to look at me and tell me whether or not I'm not. So, you know, my approach to it is open communication. I think the body-worn camera policy in less than 2 weeks, revising that amidst a lot of people, both this body, the media, and members of the public that wanted to see something different from the police department, being quick to take action with that policy. I think there's a host of other things that we can do within the Anchorage Police Department that shows that transparency. When we put things in policy, we're making a commitment to the community to follow through with those policy. That's how we're held accountable. This body certainly is going to hold the police department accountable. If we have, in fact, when the policy is signed, if we move forward with the current body-worn camera policy with a 45-day release, I fully expect that the community and this body will hold me accountable if we don't hit that 45-day mark. So, I think it's my job to be open and modify the things the police department has done so that the community has the opportunity to provide feedback. I will say that the potential negative view that you took of transparency within the police department, I think that we've used that word a lot, and we use transparency and accountability, and then there's nothing really after those words. And so I think some of the hesitation within the police department is when we say those words and then there's nothing after the words, then the question is, what does that mean to us? What does that mean when the public says we want you to be more transparent and accountable? And so it's my job as the chief to define that for the organization, and then to have the agency follow along in how I define that in response to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks. Ms. Zalatow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I enjoyed our confirmation hearing we had on Friday. I appreciated this response to Mr. Rivera's question as well. I think it's all about action, and what I'm going to vote for this confirmation really for two reasons. One is I really like what, as a deputy chief Case did to integrate behavioral health services into the police department and work closely with the fire department and the mobile crisis team. I think the implementation of Crisis Now is a community game changer for Anchorage, and it's one that this body has made a policy priority for quite some time. So that's one reason. The other is, at least as a member, I feel like I get transparency from Chief Case. I feel like I have an open dialogue on tough issues, and this body-worn camera policy is one of them. We will talk about that more when the item comes up, but I have found all of my conversations to be receptive. And as someone who has tried to work on policies around APD in the past under a prior chief and was met with staunch resistance, this is a welcome change. And I think it's a welcome change for our community. I hope, Chief Case, as you embark on this role, that the community walks away with the same impression that I've been given so far. And I think that's a huge responsibility, particularly in light of the uptick, I guess I will call it, the insane amount of shootings we have had recently, and so you have a big task ahead of you, but I think you're up for the job, and I am excited for this confirmation, and rarely am I ever excited about anything related to the police. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
Chief Case, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to address my questions today, and that's really a sign of transparency and communication that you were able to get back to me, put my mind at ease on something, and so thank you so much. I wanted to go back to the meeting that we had, and I talked about the reason I had supported Bianca Cross for the position, that I wanted to see more women in the force, and especially in leadership positions. And you said, well, there's just no one that's ready to move up right now. And so I hope as you move forward in this position that you look for ways to lift women into this role, that makes them know that they are welcome, and it's not a boys' club at the police department, that women are a valuable asset, and that there will be more women that can move up into those positions of leadership. I think it's really important. I was a little bit alarmed about the less arrests comment that may have been in the paper. I'm not sure where that came. Or you talked about finding other ways to deal with problems in our community besides arresting people. And I understand prisons are expensive, and that there's, like the mobile crisis team, other ways to deal with it. But I think there's a lot of people in this city right now that are thinking, why aren't we getting control of this situation and that situation? I know that has a lot to do with numbers of police officers on the street, but I think I could agree with a lot of people on the east side that we actually would like to see more enforcement on certain drug traffic that we are seeing in our neighborhoods. So thanks so much. And I know that you're stepping into a big role, and I gave you an earful there. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being with us today, Chief. At the La France inauguration, I congratulated you and I said, be out in front of it, please. And you shook your head with an affirmation because I think you understood what I was saying. And I want to say I appreciate you being out in front of these conversations, being out in front of the policy changes that we want to see, moving in the direction that we want to see. And I want to just to reflect that, Chief, I recognize that we use imperfect tools to do public service. And this work requires a lot of grace and growth. Grace for each other and growth with each other, Chief. I asked you to continue I asked you a few questions at our last work session for you, and I asked you about recruitment, and you described an intentionality to build a police force that reflects the diversity of our city. I celebrate that. We need you to do that. You also described, and I appreciate this, an anti-gaslighting stance from my vantage point. You're not going to tell me whether you're being transparent. I appreciate that. Because you're going to do your job, and we will tell you whether you're transparent from the public's perspective, and then you'll make those adjustments along the way. But I believe you have an intentionality of making sure that those questions don't blow up in the wrong direction, that we're in front of it. And you have done that thus far. And the reason I know that is because when one articulates personal journey of growth, it's not an easy thing, Chief. And you, under the light of our hot seat during our work session, communicated that you were exposed to a policing model that I grew up with, a broken-ass model. That you described the journey of personal growth and experience and enlightenment, but you described that you moved forward in your journey of understanding of how to be an asset to strengthening public safety in a way that builds community at the same time. That's what I believe I heard you say. Chief, the diverse, historically marginalized and underrepresented communities in Anchorage are counting on you. We're all counting on you. And I want to make a note about what I heard was code switching. And if anyone understands what that means, I am not going to elaborate, because if you know, you know. I appreciate, from a diplomatic perspective, building the bridges of outcomes without getting stuck in the rhetoric of change. Do the work that we need. I think you know what it is. I believe you'll be there. And for that, you'll have my confirmation vote today, Chief, as well. And I just wanted to say my last point. I appreciate Bianca Cross for stepping up. And I hope that, similar to Member Bronga, just in terms of building the police force that we want to see, you've articulated that there's a welcome home for Bianca Cross, for Detective Cross, Captain Cross, I believe that's the accurate title. And I hope that you continue to invest in her and invest in those others that are going to come behind you, Chief, because you know what it takes to change institutions, and it takes intentionality and hard work, and I believe you're up to the task. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for stepping up into this role, Chief.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, back in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just comment, no question for you, Chief Designee Case. So, you know, this is a huge role. I think it's one of the most important roles in the municipality of Anchorage, and I think you understand that. I think you understand the weight on your shoulders. And it's one that this work that we're doing right now, this confirmation hearing that we had on Friday, and then this work now, I think I take it very seriously, and I really respect and appreciate all of the answers and dialogue that you've had with myself and other members leading up to today. You know, I think it's important for us as a body to remember that this position isn't only about transparency and accountability to us as a assembly, but to the community. I think sometimes that's left out of the conversation. But what I do know about Chief Designee Case does tell me that he will be more than committed to the community and to difficult dialogues. Definitely know that you've done that in your experience at Deputy Chief Case. That's been something you've been more than willing to do. So I'll comfortably be voting yes on this appointment, knowing that APD is under a huge, microscope now, and that I think we will all be looking and seeing how the department changes over the coming months. Thank you.
Right, and my question was asked and answered, so with that, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 552-2024 has passed the body. Congratulations, Chief Case. We'll now swear you in. If your family wants to come forward, you may.
Okay, so raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of Anchorage Police Chief
and I will faithfully perform the duties of Anchorage Police Chief
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
There you go. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Congratulations. Probably enough has been said, but if you have any words, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank the mayor for this opportunity to grow up in this city and work for the police department for nearly 24 years and then getting the opportunity to be in this position. It's a great honor, and so I appreciate her giving that opportunity to me. I also want to thank the body. I appreciate your comments that you made. I think that we are in a unique position where we have the opportunity to get a lot done, and we're going to do that very quickly, and we're going to address the needs of the community as it relates to policing, both the administration, myself, and with this body. And so I really appreciate the vote and the vote of confidence and the high expectations that you've placed on me. I will tell you we have exceptional employees at the Anchorage Police Department, and they will be held to a high standard because I know that they can reach those standards. And I'm just looking forward to working with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we have item 10D2, Assembly Memorandum, AM 553-2024, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, Eva Gardner, Municipal Attorney. Mr. Presverdia.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So the Municipal Attorney's Office has been quite a roller coaster ride over the last 3 years. And so I've had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Gardner, and I really enjoyed her confirmation hearing. I'm hoping we get back to an opportunity We have a fully staffed municipal attorney's office, and that's no small feat, as well as a municipal attorney's office that is in true partnership with our branch of government. I think that has been a real missing element we've had over the last couple of years. And I really want the municipal attorney's office to not be in the spotlight so much and to go back to that steady legal guidance. And so far, Ms. Gardner, I think you have really shown us that you can do that, that you accept the responsibility, and that you acknowledge that you have a huge task ahead. And I think that the other key component to this, of course, is the municipal prosecutor's office. So I want to thank you. I will vote for you in this role, and thank you for stepping up. It is going to mean a lot of hard work, a lot of hard decisions, but I am someone, I think I am the last remaining attorney here on the body right now, who really puts a lot of value in this office. Having competent legal advice is really important to us to make good decisions. So I look forward to working with you and your team and getting to know your team. I've seen some familiar faces return, and I think that's a good sign as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Gardner and appreciated that meeting very much and learning more about her vision for the department, also the challenges that she faces in building back this department. I've been excited about just right away some of the folks that she's brought into the office. And I look forward to working with her on the Public Health and Safety Committee and really looking at how we can address some of the safety concerns of our community. But I also, like Ms. Zalatel, am looking forward to a more collaborative relationship with this body and having some steady professional leadership in that office. So I will also be supporting this confirmation and look forward to working with Ms. Gardner. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. When I first met Ms. Gardner, she said that she saw me at an Arctic Entries. And then as you look at her resume, I like attorneys that have art backgrounds myself personally, so I appreciate the diversity of background. I think it brings a diversity of ideas and understandings. And then also I thank you for stepping up. At your confirmation hearing, you brought an energetic, roll the sleeves up and get things done vibe, and you even described your early recruitment efforts. I would call one of those poaching, and I think you did a great job at doing that, bringing some talent from other folks back to the municipality. But when you described your legal approach, it wasn't disheartening to me. It was solution-oriented and optimistic. You described an understanding between policymaker and the role of the municipal attorney. And when you described that, I felt a breath of fresh air come across my telephone. I was on the phone at that call. I recognize that we are one municipality. You recognize that. You describe the tensions within the municipality that are often built into the design, but that are part of our powers of checks and balances in our system. But you described how to effectively take a higher vantage point to make sure that we all get the service, the public gets the public service that we need, and that you provide the legal counsel to the municipality to the best of your ability without being a policymaker. I appreciate that lane, and I thank you for stepping up and for bringing that about it energy. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Apologize, the queue wasn't working for me. I was not able to attend the work session, Ms. Gardner, but I did watch the recording, and I really appreciated your comments about, and I know they've been covered already, institutional knowledge. I think between the folks that we have seen leave, and then of course the passing of Mr. Owen earlier this year, and in himself an institution in the Department of Law. I know we have a lot to build back, and I really, again, appreciated your specific goal of mentoring folks, bringing them up, because again, that is how you strengthen institutions. So I'll echo what my colleagues have said, but also I really appreciate your approach to strengthening the department and really utilizing folks with experience and then folks who are up and coming and being able to marry those together, so to speak. So I look forward to voting yes on your confirmation. Thank you.
Mr. Bond? Okay, you took yourself out. So I'll briefly speak then. Ms. Gardner, I am grateful for your appearance on the scene. There's been a long and very tense relationship between the Assembly and the Law Department to the point where we were treated as not members of the municipality. We were treated as adverse parties. And it was a shock and a detriment to the fate and future of this municipality. And much of the trauma that I see circling has a lot to do with the breakdown. And so that was yesterday, and today is a new day. I can tell you the sense of optimism coming from the attorneys working for you, from the members communicating with you, from the conversations I have had with you are a reprieve and a refresh and a new day. And I'm very grateful. I think the two things that I want to call out that you have started to do that really disappeared over the last 3 years, or at least the last year and a half, was the complete lapse of any ethical walls within the department where members of your staff were representing all manner of parties on all sides of all questions, and it was very fly-by-night and unethical. And I know that you're taking on serious work about fixing that, and I think that that's going to be a very important early challenge. Also, as Mr. Martinez had said, the rapid inflow of very talented people is a testament to the willingness of the members of your community who are very much at a high commodity, very precious commodity in the community, are coming back and taking jobs at much lower rates of pay because they believe in the mission and what you're bringing to the table. Also, the members that are new, other than Mr. Rivera, Ms. Alatel, and myself, and Mr. Presverdia, don't remember what it was like to have a whole floor of attorneys beyond Assembly Council and Legislative Council to help with their projects. And there is a new day coming for you where you're going to find support you never knew you needed. And so all of that goes to say I'm really grateful for the foot forward you've had on your first 2+ weeks doing this work, and I'm looking forward to diving deeper into the work with you. And with that, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 553-2024 has passed the body. Congratulations, Ms. Gardner. I will now swear you in. Pull that mic close. Ms. Gardner, pull the mic real close. Meg, would you help her with the mic? Pull the mic real close.
We'll lean in.
Okay, perfect.
I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of municipal attorney
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of municipal attorney
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability. Should I sign it?
Ms. Gardner, we always like to offer the microphone. If you have any words to say, it's yours, the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My job is to help you do your job, so I will turn off my microphone and let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very honored to serve.
Good answer. Thank you very much. Well appreciated. Okay, next up we have item 10B3. 10B3 is AR 2024-210, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly demanding accountability and transparency regarding body-worn camera footage of the police shooting of Chris Handy.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia, you pulled this item, and I believe there was an S version.
Move the S version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I pulled this item because I wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to understand the purpose of it. And we do have a work session this Friday where, as I said earlier in the meeting, the new police chief and new municipal attorney will have an opportunity to review the body-worn camera policy. And this provides some recommendations for them. I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues if this is in fact the recommendations that we intend on giving. So I'll be sort of holding back my vote until I hear a few comments in terms of whether this does actually fit the body's recommendations for what we'd like to see. But I wanted to understand the purpose of it, and so that's why I pulled it. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Mr. Perez-Verdiaz. So the S version is really meant to kind of provide some of that context. I want to draw your attention to the whereas, which references the work session coming up this Friday. I had verified that the current policy is a draft revised policy. It is not yet in effect, and the intention is to have a conversation with us at that work session on Friday. And then in section 3 in particular, asking that APD take a look at its new draft revised policy and consider some of the items that are called out there. In particular, the ACLU Model Act. For me, what I think is really important, and we'd previously been petitioned for regulatory action by the Alaska Black Caucus and AACP Anchorage Branch and Northern Justice Project, is a policy as well. And I like that one because it's well written in very plain language. And I've already shared that with the chief. And then, of course, there's some recommendation to look at that LAPD body-worn policy, particularly as to its commission and oversight review board, which I'd raised previously with Chief Designee Cross at the time, as to if there's a denial, how can we have some kind of review that really makes time certain every time it's going to come back, and that it's on a public record, so that everything is done in a very open and transparent way, but also has other people weigh in addition to the chief. For me, this resolution and the recommendation I'm hoping it makes, or the direction it gives to APD to consider in the current policy, is that there's an off-ramp. There can be very legitimate reasons why APD may not choose to release footage, but we need to know a couple of things. One is time certain when the next decision will be made. If it's not going to be released on this day, when will we hear again when it might be released and if there's an update? And that needs to keep happening. Additionally, we need the public to have clear information and expectations so they can make informed choices. And for me, by creating that clarity, when you will hear next and why you are saying no, should also then create an off-ramp. And that off-ramp to me is very important. It would let anybody who thinks they should have access to body-worn camera footage when it is being denied by APD go seek recourse in the courts. I think that is important because I don't want to be the arbiter of that as an assembly member. I want the clearly stated reasons, and I want how soon those reasons will be considered again, so that then as a member of the public, if I know the answer is no for reason X today, and APD will be back in 10 days to tell me if the answer is still no, I can say, can I wait 10 days or not? Now, if the answer is coming 45 days from now, maybe I can't wait and I can go seek redress elsewhere. So for me, that's what a lot of these documents, it provides some various mechanisms to do that. So I urge your support of the resolution, the S version, so that APD has that as some direction as it considers the policy that can achieve some of the goals and things we've heard from the public, and can make sure that the policy is really written in plain language. I think the revised policy is much better than the previous policy. I still think that there is room for improvement, and I've been, and I'm optimistic that this guidance will be taken to heart based on the conversations I've already had in passing some of these documents along to APD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I apologize that it took us so long to get to this vote. I know many, but especially the Handy family, who several of them are here in attendance, have been patiently waiting for us to take action. This resolution was crafted, at least the bones of the resolution was crafted at the request of the Handy family after they had tried to work with both the previous administration and previous chief designee to allow them to access the body-worn camera footage of the shooting of Chris Handy. So this resolution does three things. The first two sections really talk about current issues and past issues. Section 3 talks about the future, and I think Member Zolotel really went through that section very well. I will only just underscore that as Member Zolotel alluded to, Chief Cross, Chief Case, no longer Chief Designee Case, is actually looking at some of the suggestions already that we have put forward. So I think it's very timely for us to approve this, as APD is already looking at some of these things. But the first section really is a way for the Handy family to immediately receive body-worn camera footage, 911 calls, and in-car camera footage and audio to the family at no cost. I'll get to a little bit of why I think that's important here soon. And then Section 2 speaks to all of the other issues, all of the other officer-involved shootings outside of the Handy incident, and it talks about public release of all of those officer-involved incidents. So this is something that I think is really critical for us to pass. Although there is a work session on Friday about the updated body-worn camera policy, I think it's important for us to put our official stamp on this conversation and the specific requests that are laid out in the resolution now. So I don't see any reason for us to delay taking action. In fact, passing this resolution now should hopefully help better inform the conversation that we have on Friday. In my opinion, we as the municipality did harm to the Handy family when competing narratives were put out about the shooting. So I think that Section 1 in the resolution is an attempt for us to rectify that. And I think overall this resolution is a good step in rectifying both that harm and then not helping just the Handy family but other families who have been impacted by the string of officer-involved shootings over the last few months. I urge approval. Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say that, in my opinion, this resolution is good timing. I'm going to put that with a huge caveat, just in terms of there's really nothing, in my opinion, that's been good timing about body-worn cameras. We've waited a long time for their implementation. We've waited a long time for policy, etc. However, in regards to the work session, and in regards to a new administration and now a newly confirmed chief of police, I do feel like this is good timing, especially as we prepare for that conversation that we're going to have at the work session. We heard in the mayor's report tonight that she looks to have a collaborative relationship with the legislative body. And I certainly am looking forward to that collaborative nature, that relationship. And I think this really is an opportunity, kind of our first opportunity for collaboration on an issue that the public is really paying attention to, has big questions about, big concerns about. And so I did have the opportunity to share our resolution, the prior version, with then acting chief Case, because I wanted him to know that it was coming. In my view, there were two primary reasons that voters approved the body-worn cameras, that they wanted to pay for them and they wanted to have this technology implemented. One, enhancing investigations by APD, certainly. They're a great tool for that. And I think it's important to know that body-worn cameras can help prove that correct policy and procedures were followed in critical incidents. However, I think probably the bigger reason that body-worn cameras had voter support, that second primary reason, is for transparency and accountability. And that those who serve and protect, that they are answerable to the public. I think all government functions better when there's transparency and accountability, and that includes local policing. So I hope that we can take our role seriously tonight as the legislative body in terms of helping to direct policy, because although we have a new administration, this is not a new issue, and we have sort of long sought to be responsive to our constituents. So, yeah, I'm optimistic that we can sort of say this is the policy direction that we want to move in. These are the things that we want to be considered. And then I believe that we can work with the administration and with APD new leadership going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. First, I want to thank my colleagues for all of the work on this, and especially, working to not only coordinate with police, but also to make sure that the community's voice is heard in this really difficult situation. And so I just want to underscore what my other colleagues have already said. And I guess just to add on to a couple of Member Volan's points, we talk a lot about the public's business, doing city business, having, all of our meetings, of course, happen in public. They are in public. And we also talk a lot about public records. And I think it's important to remember that video transcripts are public records. And so we talk, and our code is very clear that almost everything, with consideration for confidentiality, for legal issues, right, there are reasons why not absolutely every single piece of paper that is generated in City Hall, for example, is immediately made public. But the intent is to make sure that what we are doing and what the government is doing generally is out in public and is on the record. And so I know this has been an issue that's been very fraught, and I know we are overdue as a community in dealing with these issues, but just again, a reminder that we need to treat how our law enforcement acts as doing the public's business and on the public record. So I look forward to voting for this, and I look forward to the further conversation about the bigger policy issues that have been raised. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just a couple of other items. Thank you for letting me speak again. The first is that, just for the public, this is a little bit unique because this is an internal policy, and so it doesn't actually require the Assembly to approve. And I say that because it demonstrates the administration and the police department's willingness to pause on finalizing the policy and create an opportunity for the Assembly to engage with them in this conversation. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate this coming forward and the work that has gone into this to really look at how to make sure before it's finalized that it is a policy that really is going to both meet the needs of the public to the degree we can, but also be in line with what's possible from the department. The last thing I wanted to say is that I also really want us to get this policy finalized as soon as possible and start to implement it I will say that as co-chair of the Public Health and Safety Committee, we will be continuing to bring the police department forward and asking how things are going and monitoring it, so that if once we put this in place, if things need to be changed, we can talk about doing that. So I want to both give an opportunity for us to discuss it before it's finalized, but also move to implement it so we can put it into practice, knowing that it can be adjusted and changed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll say first off that while I'm skeptical of this resolution, I appreciate the conversation we're having. It certainly is timely and it's necessary. We'll say I was disappointed somewhat by the responses we got from the previous chief. There was some room for improvement there. I think there was a failure to be responsive to, I think, some very very valid community concerns, and I see that Chief Case has already taken a different approach, and I appreciate that, and it was something I considered in contemplating approving him for this role. However, as I read through this, there are a few things that give me pause. For one, I'll say that while I hear the Handy family's desire to view the footage, and I respect that, and I have seen that Chief Case has already come out and publicly stated that he intends to work with the family to provide them an opportunity to review it, before we complete the investigation. I hope they continue to look for a path forward there. I do see here in this AR that we're saying provide possession to the family, which if we're talking about actually handing over evidence from a criminal case to the family, then I guess that leaves me with the question of what is there to prevent them from just simply making it public at that point if they have it available at their disposal. And that leads me to, I think, the bigger question that I have here, and one that I look forward to digging into on Friday at our work session, is we talk about transparency and accountability, but I think sometimes there can be some tension between these. We could say that the sooner we get the footage out there available in the public, yes, that does favor transparency, but I think that can come at a cost to accountability. And what we've heard from the Office of Special Prosecutions is a need to find the right balance. I'd like us to keep in mind that when we were talking about the investigation into a police shooting, they are investigated as a homicide because there exists the possibility that if the officers are not justifying their use of force, then that may be prosecuted as a murder. Generally, we do not take evidence from homicide investigations and put them out into the public for review prior to those cases being prosecuted because it can come at some cost to our ability to, or the prosecutor's ability to move these cases forward. So that is to say that I feel like I will be better prepared to make a more informed decision on where I stand on the updated body-worn camera policy after we are able to have that conversation, dig into the various factors that we should consider, and we have that opportunity before us on Friday, which I think is a good chance for us to discuss it. For me personally, as well, maybe some other members, to decide where we stand on what the best path forward is and the best compromise. And so since we have that forthcoming, I don't see the need for this resolution here tonight.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions to the sponsors. Can you just speak to the costs? In Section 1, can you describe the costs and when those costs are applied so that we can hear with respect to the cost to the family? So it says at no cost. What are the actual costs and when is that applied, if you all can respond to that? Anyone?
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do not have the exact tally of what those costs may be. I'm not sure if anyone from the family does here today. Okay, so it looks like there are some folks who may have a direct answer to that question of the costs. Okay, then, Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite someone to come up who apparently has that.
Okay. I can tell you what the cost for the Hassan family was, which would, I imagine, be very similar, if not more, for the Handy family. But they had to pay $5,500 to get the dash cam footage for the death of their family member. Anybody who has, which I'm surprised that you guys are actually not aware of this since you're voting on this right now, you really should be aware. Anytime you do a records request, there is a charge for that record, whether it's video, paper, whatever it may be. Video tends to be a lot more expensive. So yes, in the Hassan family's case, it was $5,500. I imagine it would be at least that or more for this family.
Thank you. Can you just identify? I don't think you identified yourself for the record, please. Thank you.
My name is Cynthia Gachipin.
Thank you. And to the sponsors as well, follow up with that is, are there any other projects working on this in a macro level with respect to accessibility and other families that may have similar costs, both that are still pending or with respect to future costs? Is there any analysis or folks working on something to get a sense that this may be something that other families would also require or as part of a transparency?
Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Martinez. I'm working on an overhaul of kind of public records access wholesale, which will address costs and timeliness of release, regardless if it's one department or another.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Is there anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. What item? 10B3. On a vote of 9 to 1, AR 2024-210 has passed the body. AO 2024-210S has passed the body on a vote of 9 to 1. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next items, 10B2, 10C1, 10C2, 10D6. 10B2 relates directly to Anchored Home, which is the strategic plan prepared by the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I am the executive director. 10C1 and 10C2 are specifically with regard to municipally contracted shelter. And we have weighed in specifically on 10C1, and 10 Delta 6 is a part of a unified funding proposal we put forward with our partners. With that, I believe, given my direct involvement, I would ask to be excused as having a conflict.
Thank you. We will make the same determination for all of those items that you do have a personal interest that is substantial and therefore are excused from participation. Next, we have item 10B2, AR 2024-207, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the Anchored Home Strategic Plan 2023 to 2028 as the municipality's action plan to address homelessness. Mr. Presverdia, you pulled this.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Can I have the member of the board, Mr. Brown, would you come up? I just have a question for you regarding the plan. Or both of you can come up. I'm sure that's... I think that my question is really, and let me just give you some context, that I'm really hoping this plan is something that is universally accepted by all the different communities that are vital partners, the business community, the nonprofit world, that sort of thing. And so I guess what I want to know is, do you have universal agreement on that? Was this plan created, and do you believe that you have significant support from all the different sections of the community so that we can actually move forward and know that that this is something that we can all work from? So that's my question. Is or is there some in the community that are not on board?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. Yes, the development of Anchored Home went through a pretty extensive process over the past year where we engaged the general public through a series of town halls. We had 3 separate provider sessions where they were able to provide input. And then at the end of all of this, it was adopted by the Homeless Prevention and Response System Advisory Council, which is the governing body for the Anchorage Continuum of Care. So they did adopt this plan as their official plan as well.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I also had a question for the coalition, but in the meantime, when they're walking up, I'll say that I really appreciate the work of your organization to develop this plan. It's detailed, it's well-informed. It really makes a lot of improvements on the prior anchored home and kind of, which was a much, it was kind of the first cut at this issue, right? But it was much broader and it was less focused. And so I appreciate the focus, especially on housing and really helping folks get basically back into society, you know, when they've maybe fallen off or had reasons why they got knocked off their path. But my question is, you know, as this was drafted, it was really, the coalition took the lead on this, obviously, and a lot of the goals and the strategies in them are very focused on what I would say are direct service provision, right, or kind of implementation pieces, you know, around HMIS, things like that. So I guess my question is, just generally speaking, what aspects or what actions do you see the municipality either taking lead on or having a significant direct role in? Because I think that's one piece that we'll have to, hopefully when this plan is approved, really work out, you know, whose responsibility is whose, and again, how the municipality fits in, because we don't build housing, we do, you know, for the most part, we don't provide services, and so where will we, the city, fit in?
Thank you for the question through the chair to Assemblymember Brawley. I see the municipality fitting into this plan as a partner, just like the providers are. The municipality sets a lot of policy, particularly around how service providers provide some of those services, and then around housing, how housing is built. So I think a lot of the actions that the Assembly has taken to help reduce those barriers to building more affordable housing and making housing more accessible makes you a really strong partner in this plan.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly note, and then I'll cede my time. I think it's also important to state, and I believe that it is, that this plan is different from, and it isn't duplicating what we have passed last year, which is our housing action plan. That is, again, focused on what the Assembly and really what the municipality can do or lead on, you know, what we have the ability to influence. But also, as you said, Ms. Parks, it intersects where we talk about housing, but a lot of the housing action plan talks about affordability and the need to have affordable housing for folks, but it does not really get into the details on homelessness because that was not the scope of the plan. So I really do see these as working well together. And then just to say as well, I've already been speaking with Mayor LaFrance and her team around the potential updating and maybe full adoption of the housing action plan as one of the municipality's plans, again, working in concert with hopefully this one and others, and again, making sure that we're all driving in the same direction. So again, I appreciate all your work, and also wanted to say, if there's any confusion about the housing action plan, that I don't believe that this is treading the same ground, that they can really work together. Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the direction that this plan takes, and I took some time to dig through it at Member Zolotel's advice, and the thing that it's where I have a little bit of problem is, even though with all of these action items that tell us what we need to do to help move people toward having homes and change their place in the world right now, I couldn't find anywhere where there was any mention of how it would lead them toward independence. There seems to be no action item that talks about how we would encourage job training or counseling or anything like that. And it may, as Chair Constant said, that, you know, it's implicit. This is meaning when we get them housed, we're going to be independent. But I was hoping to offer up an amendment that just says, we take this plan, but we emphasize achieving goals for independent living. And I had, so if anyone, I guess I can't discuss it in just anyone's seconds. I'd move to amend the, do I have to say the number?
Just say, I move Branca Amendment number 1.
Branca Amendment number 1 of 10B2.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Branca, Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Mr. Johnson. Go ahead, Ms. Branca.
Thank you so much. So you have my amendment here. So basically in the preamble, it talks about emphasizing achieving goals of independent living. It would add a whereas on page 2, beginning on line 2, that just says, while working to provide or assist households in gaining resources to improve their safety and well-being and achieve long-term goals, including resources related to benefits, employment, and community-based services, the municipality's public policy will include the goal of leading individuals on a pathway to independence. So that is what I am.
No, hold on. I have a stack of folks who got your amendment in the queue, but I don't want to pop anyone out. Do you want to speak to the amendment? Okay, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'll speak to the amendment and also speak to the main item. But and this actually relates to the comment I was going to make, and that is that this amendment, first of all, the concern I would have is that the amount of work that went into creating this, and that this is something that was reviewed and developed and approved by so many different bodies and members of the community. And I don't believe that, I don't support modifying it at this time. However, I will say that like any plan, we need to continue to monitor it and change it and update it as necessary. And so I will commit as co-chair of the Housing and Homeless Committee to continuing to bring the coalition forward and holding them accountable for this plan, and if necessary, modifying it at that point. But I would not support a modification at this point, just because it really is a plan that has so much support. And I think changing at this point would undermine the work that has been done. Thank you.
So I'm going to go through the queue for amendment. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question for the sponsor, and then I have a question for the coalition. So for the sponsor, I want to hear a little bit about your intent, and specifically, I think it gets to a little bit of what Member Perez-Verdilla stated. The way that I read this amendment is a little bit different than Member Perez-Verdilla. I believe what you are trying to do here, and I want to hear directly from you, is that you're saying anchored home is best practice. Aside from that, we also need to do this. And the way that I also read this whereas statement is you're trying to make a policy statement for the municipality, not necessarily trying to modify anchored home, but you're trying to make a policy statement for the municipality. So I guess if you can just speak a little bit to intent and what this amendment's really trying to do, that would be helpful for better comprehension.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I wanted to jump in right after Mr. Perez-Verdilla. That's exactly what I'm saying. Not this. This is good, but also, so I don't intend to change in any way this anchored home policy. I instead would like to say the municipality would also have a policy of working toward independence.
Thanks. So then that does raise a final comment that I will make, but first for the coalition. So we did hear Member Branga's sort of analysis, but I'd like to hear the coalition's analysis of the anchored home plan and how it addresses independent living.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Assemblymember Rivera. I think it's mentioned a couple times in here, just not as specific as Assemblymember Branca is bringing up. The methodology and the concept of housing first is always housing with supports. And those supports are intended to support people however they need to reach housing stability. So for some people that is access to employment services. For some people it's access to healthcare services. For some people it's access to those community supports and those kind of systems of being part of a community and being part of something bigger than themselves. So it really is person-centered, what those supports look like for each individual person. And then just to highlight, I think where the majority of those live is in the anchored home strategic direction, housing, and supportive services. And that really focuses on ensuring that the partnerships are in place to provide the adequate and appropriate supports for someone once they are in permanent housing.
Thanks, and I guess just final comment. Yeah, I appreciate the intent of this amendment, but I will not be supporting it. I think in large part because I think it deviates pretty significantly from the resolution and the intent of the resolution, which is simply to adopt the anchored home plan. If we feel like we need to make some other kind of policy statement as a municipality around the emphasis on achieving goals of independent living outside of the anchored home plan, then I think that's a separate resolution for us to consider. But I think given what Ms. said about the anchored home plan and what I understand about the anchored home plan, I believe most of the tenets of the anchored home plan are for folks who can achieve independent living to get them to that state. So for this, though, I will be voting no. Thank you.
On the amendment, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I have some of, I guess some of the same thinking as Mr. Rivera, so I appreciate digging into this. But I guess my question for the sponsor as well is what would, just kind of broadly, what would independent look like? What would independent living look like for someone? And does that mean that they are no longer receiving basically any kind of public assistance?
I think that would be the goal in my mind, that people are able to pay their way the best they are able. Something like the Cook Inlet Tribal Council that has a step down of assistance. First year, it's pretty well heavily subsidized, and then as you move along in the years, they expect you to have a job, they expect you to be working. And I understand fully that there's different populations of people experiencing homelessness, for sure. Driving home today, I was like, saw a gentleman in a wheelchair who had double amputation, sitting in the rain, and we are failing when we do that. But there are people in our community right now who are taking advantage of the situation, and I feel like looking toward them, getting to the place where they are contributing to the housing that they have, contributing through volunteering, and I would accept Member Rivera's comment that this is maybe a separate item to take up, but I hope we do look at it a little bit. I mean, I think it's one of these deals where the more you give, which we have a very giving community, sometimes we inadvertently cause learned helplessness. And I'm hoping that we can do better in the future.
Yeah, thanks for that response. I guess my concern about, and I appreciate it, and I agree that we should be looking for ways that folks can stand up on their own, because I think there's a lot of pride in that, right? And there's a lot of, I think, desire for people to achieve that, right? Regardless of what barriers might be in their way. I think I am concerned, though, when those kind of well-meaning statements are essentially conflated with, one, the idea that it is possible or feasible for a lot of people to have some kind of assistance in the short term, and that they would come off of it. And I appreciate the comments that there are lots of folks who are not going to be in that situation, especially given how many elders, folks with disabilities, and really folks who are in a very advanced stage of mental or physical kind of distress at this point because of living on the street for so many years. So I think it's not realistic to put that forward as a universal standard, and I appreciate that that's not what you're doing. But I do also worry that when we make statements like that we are, or that if the municipality made a statement like that without more kind of nuance to it, that we are setting up some community expectation that everybody will be, off the rolls in a couple years, or that we already deal with a misunderstanding about how many people cannot live in this community without vouchers, without rental subsidies, without having Medicaid or Medicare, right? There's already a lot of kind of denigration of public benefits as if it is somehow taking something rather than something that is necessary to live in society for a lot of people, right? Until we deal with some of these bigger economic and social issues that are way bigger than our city. So for all those reasons, I think this is something to continue working on. But again, I do not want to put anything forward that perpetuates those kinds of assumptions or misunderstanding about our systems, or that essentially has any risk of demonizing the folks who need the most help. And so I would be happy to continue working on this, but for this time, again, I want to be really careful about perceptions, and so I think this might be something to continue working on at a different venue. Thanks.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this has been a very interesting discussion. I don't really have any issue with the language in the proposed amendment, but I'm thinking about Member Perez-Verdia's point about, the public participation that went into the plan. I'm also thinking about what the underlying item does, which is to adopt that plan, which I don't think that any members of the Assembly, if I'm not mistaken, were directly involved, any who are not conflicted out were directly involved in the creation of the plan. And so we're saying, okay, now we're going to adopt this plan sort of as is, as the action plan. And while, with great respect and appreciation for all of the participants who helped craft that and bring their expertise into that, I'm trying to think of other plans that we adopt, whether that's a neighborhood plan that comes before the Assembly or a transportation plan, and the Assembly's right to either weigh in on that plan or to amend that plan. And so, I guess to adopt, I think sort of if this amendment doesn't move, if there's not enough support for it, then we're just we're going back to the main motion, which just says, we're just going to adopt this plan whole cloth. No one else has any edits to it as policymakers. So I don't know. I'm curious about how other members, I guess, are thinking about that. What is our role of amending the plan before we adopt it on behalf of the municipality? It's great that it exists, and so much thought went into it, and so many various community providers touched it. But we're talking about adopting it as our plan. So just kind of want to state that. In regards to the actual content of the plan, I think the final whereas the content of the amendment, the final whereas of the underlying item, that's a sort of a mantra that I've heard over and over again in this conversation about homelessness in Anchorage, is that we want to make it rare, brief, and a one-time experience. And so I think that when I read the amendment that Member Bronca has proposed, those two things do coincide. When you're talking about homelessness being one time, you're talking about people being housed, you're talking about them getting the services that they need, and you're talking about, I think, insofar as they are able to be as independent and successful with their future as possible. So, including the goal of leading individuals on the pathway to independence, I don't see that as a negative thing, and I think that is something that can supplement, if we're going to adopt this action plan, that goal, that specific language might not be a goal in the underlying item in that plan that's before us that we're going to adopt, but I don't have any issue with adding that goal to our municipal action plan or our policy statement. So I think for those reasons, I am inclined to support the amendment, but curious what other people may think. Thank you.
So I think I see that Mr. Rivera got in the queue, but before that, I want to just respond that we actually do not have the right to amend that plan. This is the community's plan. There's been extensive efforts and outreach, participation opportunities. We were briefed on it months ago, and we had the opportunity for input for this plan. And so the question before us is adopt it as our community plan or not. And so ultimately, that's what we're sorting through tonight. And I'll speak on the amendment after Mr. Rivera, but of a different take on that. But just know that we do not, as the Assembly, have the authority to amend that plan. So, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Assembly did get a couple of presentations regarding the Anchored Home Strategic Plan. They were several months apart, but we did get 2 presentations on it. And feedback was certainly welcomed by the coalition on those. I guess I have a couple questions for a representative from the coalition. And I guess this gets to a little bit what the chair was stating. So why did the coalition write the plan? Why wasn't this a plan that was written by the municipality? Can you speak a little bit to sort of the federal requirements here and all of that jazz?
Sure. Through the chair to Member Rivera, the HUD requires that every continuum of care have a strategic plan. And so Anchored Home, I guess 1.0, was the original version of what that strategic plan looked like for the community. And then this is the newest iteration of that strategic plan. So there's a requirement that the community have that. And then from the municipality standpoint, the municipality is the participating jurisdiction, which receives HUD funding as well directly, home, CDBG, and ESG funds, and sometimes housing trust funds through Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. So part of that is that the ESG funding has to be administered in a way that is in concert or in collaboration with the COC funding, and we have multiple meetings with the municipality to talk through how that looks. But this strategic plan for the continuum of care is referenced in the HUD action plan that the municipality puts out as well.
Yeah, thanks. Before I ask my second question, I think what you stated gets to a little bit of some of the philosophical conversations that we've had as a body of what our role is with regard to homelessness, and do we want our role to be very expansive or do we want our role to be narrow? And I think, truly this Anchored Home plan really puts the onus and the ownership on the coalition. We have a role to play, of course, but I think for us, we have a lane, and that lane isn't necessarily writing the plan and implementing the plan. We have a role of policy, of funding, but as you stated, the federal requirements is you're the one that got to do the work, like it or not. I guess the second question I have is the coalition open to additional feedback from the community, from the Assembly and other stakeholders regarding the plan after today?
Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, absolutely. I feel that the continuum of care is always looking for feedback, working from a standpoint of continuous improvement, particularly around a plan like this that is a 5-year plan. So some of these goals may be achieved fairly quickly. Some of these goals may take the whole 5 years to achieve. So having that community collaboration and that community participation in the regular meetings that the Homeless Prevention and Response System Advisory Council holds, those are every month. There are also various committees that are formed that dig into some of the details around, say, coordinated entry or around the data analysis in our system. So the participation in those committees is open to anybody in the community that would like to. So there are multiple opportunities over the next 5 years for service providers, members of the community, members of this body to participate and provide feedback to the continuum of care.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just fundamentally, I'll be quick. I'm not going to support the amendment today. I think enough has been said with respect to our role today in moving this forward. I do believe that there could be an additional item, a separate resolution forward. But and I've been a champion of this idea of paths to purpose and daily dignity jobs and the idea of ready, willing, and able. But I also want to put a fine point on this. We're talking about, and one of my concerns today is that the limited language that we're able to utilize today doesn't have the full scope of the diversity of needs with respect to the unhoused population. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are not falsely kind of framing who's where and what supports they need. But one thing that really struck out to me, because I do believe that we want to not necessarily have helplessness and dependency be something that we're fostering and growing. But I don't know necessarily, I don't want to necessarily take the focus on an individual. From my vantage point, I'd like to focus this on the community for a second and turn it on its head and say, even if we were to move an amendment today, an amendment doesn't create reality in the community. The policy that we may otherwise move doesn't create reality in the community. Community members create reality in the community. So when I think about dependent, I think, what are folks waiting for to push us toward the policies that people want to see, for example? So if there are community folks saying we're working on a particular aspect of independent living, a particular aspect of job training, a particular aspect of getting people in this particular lane working again, then they would come to us and say, this is what we'd like the city to do. And so my concern is that there are a lot of folks in our community waiting for policy to save the day, but fundamentally our policy needs to come along the implementers, and that is the administration, and that is the providers in the community. And so I just wanted to be clear about that. I hope that there are other folks in the community willing to participate in the continuum of care, participate in the continuum of success, but I think that this is a separate item for another day. I would be committed to working with community folks to see how there could be public involvement in creating pathways to purpose, but I don't think this is the action for today. Thank you, Chair.
For a second time on the amendment, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with all due respect to the chair, I think the is that we are not able to amend this is incorrect for a couple reasons. And I guess I want to turn it over to Assembly Council to ask that question about the Assembly's authority to amend plans that we're going to adopt. Also, even beyond that, what we're doing here, so the plan has been created, whether or not we do anything with it now. So it exists as a thing. But what we're doing is we are adopting it as the municipality's action plan to address homelessness. So I think it would be incorrect to say that we can't adopt all the elements of the plan, add our own language to our action plan, or subtract language from it as we adopt our action plan. So if Assembly Council could weigh in on that, what purview as a policymaking body for the municipality do we have when it comes to the underlying resolution, whether to add language to the plan, subtract language from the plan, et cetera?
Hold on, I just want to make it really clear. I never said we couldn't amend the resolution. We can amend the resolution from here until the sun goes down.
Can I just get my question though?
I just want to be quoted accurately.
Sure, okay, thank you. So if I could just, the question as I stated it, if Assembly Council could respond.
Oh, yes, thank you. My thoughts on this are, and I hope I don't misquote anybody, but I sort of agree that this plan that's been published is ACH's plan, so amending it isn't really something we have the right to do. It doesn't belong to the municipality. What does belong is what we're adopting, which is the resolution that adopts the plan, incorporated by reference. But if you wanted to make changes to what you're adopting, you could do that by laying it out in the resolution. I think that both of you see that. You could put in the resolution modified as follows on this page. We're saying this instead. And so ACH would still have their plan, and the municipality, by the Assembly's resolution, would have ACH's plan modified as follows, et cetera, laid out in the resolution. So it's a little different than saying we're amending the ACH's strategic plan. I wouldn't word it that way. I would say we're adopting it and modifying it as laid out here, and you can lay that out. I don't know that we have time to do that right now.
Sure. I guess, thank you for that response. The point I'm driving at is I think that Member Bronga's amendment is in order. In that before we take anyone else's language, anyone else's product, and we adopt it as our public policy, we have the purview to amend it. And I just want to be very clear about that. I don't want my colleagues to ever feel like we have to just wholesale take anything from the community and adopt as is. And I think that's a role that we should take very seriously. And so, you know, however folks feel about adopting this specific amendment, just want to assert that we have the right to do that. And again, thank you to all of the community members who worked so hard on the language that is for consideration before us. Yep. So with that, I am going to support Member Branga's amendment. I do think it's in order, and I do think you know, I encourage my colleagues to, when we have plans that come before us, to take that critical eye. And if you have the motivation to add or subtract, just know that you can do that. Thank you.
So I have myself in the queue for the amendment, and I'm going to start by reiterating, we do not have the authority to amend that document. We don't, period, full stop. We can adopt it in part, we can add elements to an alternative plan, but we do not have the right to do that. And we just have to be very clear about what documents are ours and what documents aren't ours. It's fine for the Assembly to opt to not adopt the anchored home plan. That is a fine decision, but we do. And so we can then, as I suggested through the resolution, take alternative positions that say, except for Part 5 or Part 6 or Part 7, we can do all of those things, but we cannot amend that plan. I just want us to be really clear about that. It doesn't matter what wise people are sending people notes about how we could adopt or amend anything. We just, first that. And second, I think to the merits of the question of the amendment, there's no problem with this amendment because the amendment literally just says what the whole plan's idea is, which is move people towards independence. Independence being as much as any individual can in their practical life from now until the end of their contact by the system. And so this is literally, to me, the whole point of that plan. Like, I don't have any problem with this amendment. I think it doesn't add or take away anything. It just crystallizes that the mission of our efforts in homelessness are to move people towards independence as much as humanly possible. That, to me, is the point. Anyhow, so for me, it's easy to support this amendment because it doesn't do anything different than what that whole plan is leading toward. It just says it. So for me, I'm a yes on this one. Anyone else on the amendment? Hearing seen none. Oh, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I would encourage that if this amendment, thank you for your comments, Chair. I would encourage that there is a project here, Member Branga, that there is a follow-up that is more clear and more extensive, and I think we've had conversations in this lane, so I would hope that you follow up on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 5-4, the amendment has failed to pass. So now we're back on the main motion. I have a lot of people in the queue still. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm sorry that we've taken so long on this, but I do believe this is really important. I want to just share, and by the way, is my microphone cutting out?
You're fine.
Is it? No, okay, it sounds like it is from my end. When I had the chance to visit Houston a while back and walk through and visit their community and learn about their plan, the one thing that stood out to me is that every organization we went to, whether it was a private organization, a public organization, whatever it was, they all mentioned the plan. They all said, yes, we're part of that plan. And it was the most unified I've ever seen a city. And they all mentioned the name of that plan, every single place that we went. And that's what I want for us. I want us to have a plan that is meaningful to everybody in the community, and that every organization or the municipality can see themselves as a part of that plan. And so I hope that this gets us closer to that. And if it doesn't, we need to continue to modify it so that it does. But I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this new version, and I'm hoping that that it becomes something that we're all using on a daily basis to make progress on this important issue. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I'm calling this the Let's Get Back on Track plan, so that we can get back on track with this work. I think we've been away from the policies supporting the continuum of care and supporting this work as a unified municipality. So let's get back on track with this work. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Anyone else? I'm going to briefly speak to it as the prime sponsor. I appreciate the kind of passion people have for wanting to add or subtract elements. And I think that there is nothing to stop us from doing that as a future effort as we're ongoing, separate from Anchored Home or in alignment with Anchored Home, and that we should be doing that. And in fact, I've received some pretty passionate opposition to adopting this plan because some people believe it only focuses on one channel of the answer to what we need to be doing as a community. And I think that that's a fair complaint. But the plan is just one part of the overall strategy, and this is the community's kind of self-organizing plan with the providers and all the others, and it warrants, in my opinion, adoption. And then we can take on the questions. There are questions about public safety. There are questions about the specifics relating to behavioral health care. There are questions about sovereignty of our parks and the people's ability to use them. There are all manner of questions that are part of this conversation, the broader context of addressing homelessness in this community. But for tonight, the question before us is the adoption of the Anchored Home Plan as the municipality's fundamental plan for moving people out of homelessness. So I would urge your support. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9 to 2, item 10B2, excuse me, 10 to 2, I don't know where that, I'm looking for my agenda, I'm sorry. Too many things. On a vote of 9 to 0, I don't know where I came, 10 to 2. On a vote of 9 to 0, AR 2024-207 has passed the body. Do we need a 5-minute break? We good to go? Okay. So next up on the agenda, we have item 10C1. Item 10C1, we are going to let this item not move tonight because the administration is working out a couple of alternatives and there's an ongoing conversation. What will happen is you will see on the special meeting for Friday, these items will be introduced no later than Thursday at noon. Whatever the items are that the administration is prepared to move forward in relationship to this question. For the public, there's a memorandum, a successful bidder, and then there's a question of were they qualified, and then there's an alternative come forward, and then there are questions about that one too. So we will delay this item until Friday. So next on the agenda is item 10C2. 10C2 is AM 569-2024, a recommendation of award of contract to Sammy's Kitchen for congregate sheltering food services for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. This item was pulled by Mr. Presverdia.
Move to approve.
Second.
So motion to approve by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I have a question for the Anchorage Health Department on this item. And if you could come up just for a second. It really is the same question that I had on the previous item. I'm wanting to understand how many people apply, bid for this, and if you can just, I am not familiar with this provider. So, did we get more than one person to compete for this bid, and what do we know about this provider?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, I am not sure if any others bid on this one. I know that the acting director for purchasing is here that may be able to assist me in answering that. I do know that Sammy's Kitchen is a newer entity. They do have, from what I understand, they have their proper licensure, and I do not know if they have their certificate of insurance, but again, the acting purchasing director may be able to assist me.
Have we used them for anything in the past? Have they been a vendor for us in the past?
For the Anchorage Health Department, no.
Okay. Okay, I would like to know whether there were any other bids. I'm wondering if we can gather that information. I guess I'm concerned about this level of contract. If there was no other provider and it's a provider we don't know. So I guess I'm feeling a little unsure about this and wondering if you can give me some clarity on that. Thank you.
Welcome. The microphone's off. There you go.
Chris Hunter, acting Director for Purchasing. If you'll give me just a second, I'll look.
And while he's looking, is there a if delaying this item, is there a time concern about that? Would that affect the delivery of services?
These services are set to start August 1st, so if they are delayed until Friday, there will be no issues. If it is delayed until the next assembly meeting, that would make it very difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there were 3 bidders on this particular contract.
There were 3? Yes. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. Just following up on Mr. Perez-Verdia, I'm going to make a motion, but I don't know if it's necessary, but just to make it available, I'm going to move to postpone this item to the special meeting of July 19th.
Second.
So I'll just go ahead and ask unanimous consent.
No.
No? Okay, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll just say, if the will of the body is to vote on this tonight, I am happy to do that, but if there is a desire to postpone to Friday, then just putting that on the table.
All right, and the motion was made by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia? Yep, thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is to the mover. Is there something more that we're going to learn between now and Friday, or are we just going to be in the same position that we are now, in which case why don't we just vote now?
So I have a question that could answer that. I think traditionally, Mr. Rivera, haven't we received some detail in the memo that said there were 3 bidders and the top bid was, and like, there's no information that's in front of us to make an educated decision about whether this was actually the best option, and it is asserted that it is, right? And oftentimes we'll see information about who the bidders are, any specific information. I went and Googled Sammy's Kitchen and couldn't find anything about it, and so I'm questioning my own self. Is this a real company? I know that the purchasing department has asserted they're qualified but for the insurance, but I know that we had another conversation about another bidder that might have been rejected because of no insurance, and there are a lot of questions for me that aren't answered, but I would be fine either way. So,
Mr. Chair, I can also respond to the question as this seconder if you'd like me to.
As the mover, but 2 other people want to respond. That's fine. Go ahead if you want to.
I would like to have a little bit more time to understand who they are and what the bidding process was. And I think it's worth a couple of days for this size of a contract. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can understand those requests. If there is a actual issue with the document that we have before us, which I don't know if that's what the chair is asserting or not, but if there is actually an issue with the document that we have before us, then I suppose I could postpone so that we have a more full and correct document. But in terms of the content itself, I just don't see how we're going to change our mind and decide we're going to go with a different bidder on Friday. But if folks want to take caution, I suppose we can do that.
Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I've quickly found Sammy's Kitchen on Facebook. They have a beautiful looking buffet advertised and a chocolate cake with Oreos on top that looks pretty darn good. So they seem to be out there as a real entity.
Right. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And as a question to yourself, Chair, it seems to me that potentially with the retooling and the realignment of the relationship between the Assembly and the various departments, at a certain point, perhaps there is guidance with respect to the way information needs to be presented to us to make sure that we are on the right page. But in the grand scheme of things, it seems that we're going to have to continue to rely on the decision-making of our professionals. And today, without having the other information, and I don't know that that other information is going to change anything, presumably they followed procedure and protocol, but I just don't want us to, I want us to get moving forward in a way where members of the Assembly can count on the reliable information, and then we can have the requested information to help us double check or just, work to our own understanding of the questions before us, Chair. But I just want us to rethink or think about the alignment, how we respect and utilize the work from our professionals, particularly in this regard with respect to 3 bids and a choice.
Yeah. Did you want an answer? No. Okay. I think that I'm grateful for all the efforts of the purchasing department. The first time I've seen Mr. Hunter, thank you for standing up to act. And normally, my experience has been I would read the document, it would talk about the bids, it might even show a list of the bidders, and then for me, those kinds of pieces of information are important. But as I said, nothing is probably going to change. I'll be happy to support it tonight if that's the way the votes go. But there is some missing information.
So just as procedural, can we encourage the department to make sure that we get it this time and a certain time, even if we were to vote on it today, but just to start the precedent so that we as members can start early on receiving the information about this and they know what we expect?
I think that the answer I have to give to that is I have to check my own memory before I assume they did anything wrong, because the likeliest nexus of a lack of a good memory is me, not them. And so I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I'm just saying it seems like there was some missing information. But
thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it is. And so, but like I said, when I went to look for the primaries, what is this company? Who are they? I thought it might have been Sammy's Diner at the corner of, Minnesota, and anyhow, it wasn't that. So for me, it's questions. Ms. Brawley, then Mr. Collies.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I am happy to support this today. If we do vote on it today, then I would ask for, since we are already having a special meeting on Friday and we have that opportunity, that there would be either more information added to this item if we vote on it on Friday, or that there would be a information memorandum with some of these details that we're asking about. I think either of those are acceptable. And I just want to remind everybody also that this will be paid for, pending any other complications, with a state grant that is the first of its kind, as far as I know, to the municipality for sheltering. Not to say that there isn't state money that's gone into sheltering or homeless response or any of that, but it took us a long time and it cost us a lot to get this approved. And some of those, I believe, are some of the vetoes that were made. I can't speak to the motive, but this was a thing that we had to sacrifice other things for, priorities-wise. And so I think it is extremely important that we know the answers to some of these questions. And again, even if it's just information provided afterwards, I am not coming at this with a feeling of distrust or assumption that things were done wrong. I would just like the information. And as Member Constance said, there are typically more things provided in these memos. And so because we have the opportunity a few days from now, I believe it is important. And again, because this money will be under scrutiny from the state, and it behooves us to take our time and make sure that we're doing it right. And again, just to make sure that if there are uncertainties or things that we don't understand, that we can just get the information and it is in the public record. And that is really my request. So again, whether it's we vote on it tonight and then that's an information memorandum, or we vote on it Friday and there is additional information put on the special meeting agenda, either of those is acceptable to me.
Mr. Collies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not speaking to whether you vote to move it to Friday or not, but just regarding the process. typically departments, I can't speak to all cases, but typically departments that I've worked in prepare a recommendation of award memo that goes from the department to the purchasing director recommending award and stating that they've evaluated the bids. And often, with some departments, those recommendation award memos are included in the package that would be part of the agenda. And I don't know if one was prepared in this case, but in general, they should be prepared, and I don't think there's any reason that if we do have those ROA memos that we couldn't include them with the AM for award. We'll work on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
I think it was just stated I'm feeling a little frustrated that there's so much discussion about this. There's clearly missing information from this, and it's our job to provide oversight and to ensure that the process was followed, and having information about how many bids and what was the bids and how was the decision made. These are really normal parts of our job, and so we weren't provided the information necessary for us to do that. We just need to get the information so we can do our job. So postponing until Friday, I think, is a very practical thing to do. Thank you.
So I'll put myself in the queue one more time and just say, because of this Facebook, there's a Facebook page. Facebook doesn't establish to me there's a great business. I went to the state business licenses page, and this business is 3 weeks old. This is a brand new business, and it was formed basically, essentially, probably the week the bid was due. And so to me, that's even more reason why we should take a breath, look closely at the details, and ask ourselves, is this a qualified bidder? So that's my part. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to communicate that to, following Mr. Colhase's just comments. My inclination is to keep business moving forward, but the role of the oversight requires the information that we need to be able to do that. And so it's not a necessary question about trust at this point, but I believe that I would have the same, any administration, I would be asking the same question, especially if there's a precedent to the way the Assembly receives information. I don't think 2 days is a big deal. It's obviously not going to impede the overall, and I think we'll all get on the right page with respect to the information and moving forward. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else on the amendment? Thank you, members. Motion to postpone, I'm sorry. Thank you. I love that echo. Stereo. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. On a vote of 8-1, the motion to postpone carries. So this item will be before us at the special meeting on Friday. Merry Christmas, Madam Clerk. So next item we have, go ahead, Ms. Bronca. Point of information.
Point of information, we went really fast from 10C1 and talked about it being postponed to Friday. And I know that 99+1 is in the audience, and I saw Hennings out there. Is someone going to give direction to them as to if there is anything they need to do before Friday?
So I'm going to phone a friend over there. Mr. Falsey, is there any advice you have to the potential bidders that you would like them to hear before we move on?
The chair, to Assemblymember Baranga, I don't think I have anything to say from the dais right now, but we'll certainly be in contact with them before the Friday meeting.
Thank you. Does that suffice? Yep. Thank you, Ms. Bronca. Next item we have is item 10D6. 10D6 is AM 560-2024, Amendment 1 to grant agreement 2024-000151 with Catholic Social Services for complex care shelter operations. This item was pulled by Mr. Presverdia.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Just to have a quick question for the Anchorage Health Department on this one, if you can come up, please. My question is essentially, was this a competitive grant process, or was this a direct grant? I'm just wondering if it was a competitive process that this organization competed in.
This was actually part of the first quarter budget revision process, and so we are just executing on that.
So this was a direct allocation based on that, and it was not a competitive grant process. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rivera. I know, but Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This all stems from the facilitated collaborative process back in 2021, 2022, where there were agreements made between the municipality and this provider, Catholic Social Services, that we, the municipality, would continue to provide operating funds for this, the operations of the complex care shelter. And so that's essentially what we're doing here.
Anyhow, it's part of there was a term you had for it. After that it was there was not a structured plan, but it was like where we had all of these items moving together, and this was the one that didn't get funded by accident. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, this is part of the unified funding proposal.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I won
Winner.
the prize. Yeah, and I'll just note that this has been a multi-year funding commitment to this organization for this specific shelter. It is, if it's not unique in the United States, it's pretty close in terms of providing care to folks with medical conditions. In fact, it's been around so long that this is something I worked on when I previously worked at Agnew Beck, but it was well more than a year ago that I left, and so I did not make a formal disclosure, but this was way back in 2022 this was discussed, so just to add some other color on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none. Oh, Mr. Littlefield, no? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. I'm trying to bring you in. On a vote of 9-0, AM 560-2024 has passed the body. So, yep, Ms. Alatel can come back now. Next up, we have item 10B4. 10B4 is a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly submitting a request for a 2-year extension to resolve disagreements regarding the proposed final Fish and Wildlife Program of the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project for gubernatorial approval, and 10B4A, Assembly Memorandum, unnumbered comments to the Governor from the Municipality of Anchorage in response to stakeholder comments to the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project's proposed final Fish and Wildlife Program put forth on April 25, 2024. Ms. Zalato.
Move to postpone the item to the special meeting of July 19th.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Ms. Brawley. You want to speak to that, Ms. Zalato?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what you have before you is our resolution and then an accompanied Assembly memorandum with a letter from the mayor. And just as a quick reminder, code requires that the final or the official comments from the municipality on the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Program need to come from the Assembly or through our Assembly approval. And so in tandem, what that does is puts our perspective out there along with what the mayor wants to convey on the plan as well. The intention here is to postpone to Friday so that you all have a chance to see this, weigh in, provide feedback. Primarily, the feedback, of course, will come through the resolution document, but you'll have the position of the mayor while you do that. I think it's kind of a fluid process as we respond to these comments, kind of as we've done throughout this process, where we continue to have conversation and work on them. So I would expect coming Friday that you may see an A version of the AM in the letter, and you may also see an S version of the resolution. So if you have strong feelings about what's in that resolution or that letter, I would recommend getting those in sooner rather than later, so those alternate versions will can be prepared.
Okay, so motion to postpone so before us. Any, second by Ms. Brawley. Any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, 10B4, both items underneath it have been postponed to the meeting of July 19th. Next, we have item 10C4. 10C4 is Assembly Memorandum AM 575-2024, recommendation of award to STG Pacific LLC for design build services for warm storage building, Port of Alaska. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. I move to postpone this item to the meeting of July 30th.
There's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalato. Was that seconded by Ms. Brawley? Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. This item will be discussed as part of the Terminal 1 import port modernization program this Thursday at the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members. Oh, Ms. Bronco, go ahead.
Will there be any discussion as to whether the sprung structure could be utilized for this purpose?
I believe the port is ready to brief you on what they would like to see and what they have planned.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion to postpone.
Mr. Presverdia.
On a vote of 10 to 0, item 10C4 AM 575-2024 has been postponed to the meeting of July 30. A couple items left. Next, we have item 10D3 AM 555-2024, grant agreement with the Native Village of Eklutna for Native after-school program and cultural summer program for students in the municipality. Mr. Presverdia.
Move to approve. Second.
So moved by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. This is, again, the Anchorage Health Department again. Just the same question. Was this a competitive grant process? Were other organizations able to compete for these funds?
Through the chair. So these funds came from $2 million in 2023. Part of those funds went to the Children's Trust, and then $25,000 was set aside for this program. We put forth another memorandum and resolution in 2024 asking for those funds to be utilized this year. In that same document, we additionally added $75,000 from funds that were appropriated to the health department that did not have a specific purpose, so that we could even it out to $100,000. And this is right here is just the execution of that grant agreement.
So I guess the question I'm trying to ask is how was the determination made that this particular organization was the recipient? Was there an opportunity for other organizations to apply for the same funds, or was it just a direct allocation to this organization? And if so, why?
It was a direct allocation from the assembly to this entity.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was the sponsor of that item, and it was sponsored and ran concurrent with the Alaska Children's Trust because that money had not gotten out the door. And during one of our joint meetings with the Native Village of Eklutna, they talked about wanting to do an after-school program, and so I thought that was appropriate and brought it forward as part of our government-to-government relationship with them. It's just taken a while to get the money actually out the door, which has happened, and I'm hopeful that that's about to change. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I think it's been a while since the last time we talked about this, so I can understand not remembering what exactly happened. But yeah, thank you to Ms. Alatel for bringing this forward and taking the lead on it. And then I also want to say again, thank you to the Health Department for basically finding and identifying additional funds that could be used for this purpose, because I think it is tricky. A $25,000 grant does not go as far as it used to, right? And that was really what was available at the time. So I really appreciate the work of Ms. Rash and your staff to find additional funds to kind of round that out and again, make sure that they can do more robust programming. Thanks.
Ms. Braga.
Kind of dovetail off of what Mr. Perez-Verdia was asking, is that I do remember the 25,000, and I don't remember it going to 100,000. And I feel like that's a really sizable amount of money, and I think it's wonderful. The native village of Eklutna is going to be able to do this youth program. But I just know from being an Anchorage School District teacher how much we scrap and save for little programs for after-school enrichment activities. And in the future, it would be nice if other agencies, other organizations were able to have an opportunity to apply for those funds.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So this funding approach came from intensive conversations that happened during government-to-government meetings between the native village and the municipality. And there was a specific request for them to identify to us how we could support them in their mission. And so this conversation has a history and a path. It wasn't just simply a member had a whim and convinced 6 other members to join in that whim. It was an actual intentional pointed investment through the native village of Eklutna's relationship with us, sovereign to sovereign. And so I just want to make sure we reiterate that's where this derived at its core, was through the conversations. What do you need? How can we help? And this was what they said: help us teach about our youth and to our youth. So, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to point out a couple things. One is that in our draft alcohol tax strategic plan that has yet to be adopted, but which we have had a work session about, one of the things that is called out as being within one of the buckets is after-school care. Additionally, I know we're exploring that conversation with the ACE fund, and we have a couple items on that on our agenda tonight, I believe. And then we also had one of our colleagues, Member Martinez, bring forward a resolution that we have not taken action on yet, essentially looking to have the Assembly make a policy statement that is something that we want to fund with alcohol tax funds, is after-school care. So just broadly kind of zooming out, I think this kind of falls within a mission that we've been focused on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 555-2024 has passed the body. And now to the final item on the consent agenda. AM 559-2024, amendment number 2 to increase purchase order 2023-00-2019 with Sprung Instant Structures. This was pulled by Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, the question goes to the administration. What's the plan? What's the plan for this? I know we continue to pay for this to be stored. Concerned about that being the continued plan, and what the future lies for this structure. Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Perez-Verdia, I think that I say we, I'm out, but there'll be some discussion this week before Friday regarding the broad concept of the sprung shelter. In the immediate picture with respect to this, our ability to pay them for storage for that building, which is being stored in Salt Lake City and maybe Vancouver, runs out at the end of this month. So there is some haste in approving this contract. We will soon owe $5,000 a month to the Sprung Shelter folks. Continue to owe them $5,000 a month, but our spending capacity will expire at the end of July. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just respond really quick? Yeah, so I understand that. I understand that this is just completing that. My concern is that that it's our role to make sure that we're spending our money wisely. And so I would like to know. I mean, I realize I'm hearing that there's going to be something coming, a presentation, a plan of some kind. I don't expect that tonight, but I just want a verification that there is going to be an intention plan for this structure, and that it is not the intention of the new administration to continue to pay for this to be stored into the unending future.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Presverdia, I can provide you that assurance.
Okay.
It is not the operating plan to indefinitely store this in the lower 48. I think you can take some confidence in knowing that the new administration is taking a fresh look at options for what we should do with the Sprung shelter. A wise Assembly member at a recent work session said, as the new administration comes on board, they may need a little space to get caught up with all of these issues. I think this is going to fall in that category, but we will not be lost, and we'll come back to you with some options.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing that plan.
Thank you. And I can tell you we've been having talks. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I just want to remind folks, first, that this is a building that we have already purchased, I believe, for about $2 million. And so we have to do something with it. And I don't think this is news to anybody. But just to say, we already do own it. And that my understanding is that the minute we move it off of where the manufacturer is storing it, it is our problem. It is our liability. And so even though I do not love spending $5,000 a month to store this, I also do not love us immediately taking on the liability if the long-term plan is to sell this to someone else. So if we're going to sell it, we should let them buy it from, or basically take it from the manufacturer's facility at that time. So I think even though it seems somewhat silly to continue paying for storage for this, I think in the circumstances, this is the least risk, least liability option for us at this time. However, I will reiterate the call that we need to figure out what to do with this soon. And then also, if we do move it up here and we do have a use for it, I would love to know what is the total construction cost, because there is the building and there is the pad that the building sits on, and there is all the stuff outside the building and the stuff inside the building. So I think we should also keep in mind that that even if it is not being used for the purpose that it was originally decided on, there is still a significant cost. So even though we own the structure, that is only one part of our overall cost. So I look forward to talking about that further. And then I will also say, in economics, there's what's called the sunk cost fallacy, right, where you've already started digging a hole, so you think you might as well just keep going. But it is important to remember that in economics, even if you've made certain investments so far, it is also acceptable to basically stop the bleeding, stop the digging, and make a choice to do something else. So all of that to say, I think there are viable uses for this structure, and it is not my job to figure out what those are, but it is also a viable option that we sell it and cut our losses on this one. So I just want to say that on the record right now. Thank you.
Ms. Alato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have kind of the exact opposite approach to Ms. Brawley, which happens from time to time on this body. I would love to see this item offered up like we offer up surplus real estate to all the departments. Give us your pitch, because I've heard a lot of folks have ideas for how to use this sprung structure, and that really I've heard from the port, I've heard from APD, I've heard from others, and say, hey, give us your best pitch, tell us how it works, tell us how you would fund the construction necessary to erect the thing, and what your timeline would be, and then evaluate those, and then tell us what you want to do with the sprung structure. But one of the things I really like about that real estate mechanism is we see when that goes out. So we know the administration is asking departments to weigh in on this thing, this municipal asset. So we know that process is underway. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to land somewhere in between Meg and Anna on this one here. And it's interesting. Members Altel just mentioned the thing. And that's how I feel about it, because I'm not sure exactly what it is as well. And it's kind of this thing here that we're paying for. And I do feel like we are, and we have been trapped by the purchase of it in the first place with ill-intended plans, and now we're here still paying for it. And I agree with Member Brawley. If there's an opportunity to sell it and offload it, and we should be exploring those. But I also agree with Member Zaltel in that maybe there's a better use within the municipality. So I would say, what about both of those things? Let's have it open so that perhaps perhaps maybe there isn't a better use outside of us, outside of the municipality. But to the administration, the Mayor LaFrance indicated that there was no interest in pursuing a 1,000-person shelter in our East Anchorage district on Tudor and Elmore. Is that continued to be what you understand, or are we going to see a surprise with respect to the forward-facing work that you all are doing, looking at a fresh look, as you described it, Mr. Falsey?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Martinez, that is continuing to be the mayor's position.
Right on. So thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, as soon as we can dispose of this, I think the better in the long term. And I appreciate that it is not going to be a tool to use to basically come bring ill-advised programs into communities that don't necessarily want those and need them. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 559-2024 has passed the body. So now, one last item. We have the supplemental AIM unnumbered Assembly Chair Constant Administration's answers to Assembly questions. The motion I would like to ask for is a motion to lay on the table.
So moved.
Second.
He may refine the motion.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Motion to accept?
Motion to accept.
Okay, so that's fair. The motion is to accept because it's a supplemental item and I've read it. The motion is to accept.
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volin, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion? I will only add that the new practice is going to be, as I said before, that these questions that the administration answers and that are shared with all members will then be incorporated by AIM at the meeting. So the public has the benefit of seeing all of that information, and we're hopeful that members will get back deeply into the habit of sending questions forward to the administration so that these questions can be answered in advance of the meeting and we can save a little time. And the administration is committed to being ready, willing, and able to respond. So that members may proceed to vote. I'll ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been adopted or accepted. With that, we'll take our regularly scheduled dinner break. Remember, we had a 3-minute meeting this week. Get started. Why don't we come back to order? So next up, we have item 11A. 11A is AO 2024-46, an ordinance, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to decouple the municipality's access to drinking water from the 1991 Inclusion of Fish and Wildlife Agreement. Oh, thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 30th.
So second. Motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatel, second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. As we continue to work through our comments and our actions on the Fish and Wildlife Agreement, I want to keep this item and keep it pended given whatever the outcome is at the special meeting, and as we continue to get up to speed with the new administration, this may still be necessary, but we're wanting to give them a chance to get up to speed, especially with Mr. Corsentino now in this new role. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AO 2024-46 has been postponed to the meeting of July 30th. So, okay, so we could include 11B in the next action, but I'm just going to go ahead and read it and we'll take it up. So 11B is AM 249-2024A Arts Advisory Commission, Kimberly Ovsepian, Ms. Zalatel.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
The motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This allows this one to go away because this person is already on the Arts Advisory Commission and I believe it's a different seat. So this is just, there was an error here. This is a duplicative item. Thank you.
Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 249-2024A has been postponed indefinitely. All right, now the fun part. So we just survived a long consent agenda, and for fun, we're going to do it again. So the clerk's note is slightly in error. It should read, items 11C to 11Z will be completed using the consent agenda process. Members will be asked to poll items for further discussion that they wish to approve. All items not polled will be postponed indefinitely by a single vote. So, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I would move to suspend the rules to take up items 11C through 11Z as a single item in a consent agenda format. And then, yes, that is the motion.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the motion to suspend the rules to take these up in a consent agenda format is voted and approved, then what will happen next is the chair will now treat this like a consent agenda, ask members for which items they wish to poll. Those items that are not polled will be subject to a motion to postpone indefinitely, right? So if you want to take up the item, you need to poll it, and each one of those will be taken up separately. If you want to see the item postponed indefinitely, please leave it in the group. Thank you.
So we'll start. Oh, that's right. Well, no, we don't vote yet. Okay, I'm instructed by both ladies to my sides that we do vote. So we're going to vote. The motion is to suspend the rules and essentially take up these items in a consent agenda.
Ms. Bronca.
On a vote of 10-0, the rules have been suspended. We'll now go through the consent agenda process for items 11C through 11Z. And I'll start this time with Mr. Martinez. Any items you wish to poll to move to approve?
Chair, I have a question.
Yep.
Thank you. One of the items, one of the pieces of information that we've often received with respect to appointments has, especially during this transition time, has been which commissions have to have membership and which ones are undergoing reorganization with the new administration? And do you have any clarity on that?
So generally speaking, all of these were determined to be able to consider to wait, but we did hear by email a number of folks from the Transportation Commission who had a position to the contrary, but that's the only set of these that we've heard from that have that feeling of imperative.
I have no items.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. I have no items.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and pull items 11P, 11Q, and 11T. Thank you.
11P, Q, and T. Mr. Johnson.
11R.
Thank you. Ms. Alto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would pull 11G as in golf, 11K, 11N as in Nancy, 11V as in Victor, and 11Z as in Zalatel.
Thank you. Ms. Braga.
I've become hopelessly lost, but I was making a little list here, but I have 11I.
Again, these are ones you want to pull to
Exactly.
move to approve.
Yeah.
Okay.
11I. I think 11K was already pulled.
Yes.
11N was
Yep.
pulled. So 11O. And that's it.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Chair. My items 11N and 11T have been pulled.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Just double checking. I don't have additional ones to pull. Thanks.
Mr. Presrodia.
Mine have already been pulled. Thank you.
All right, I'll go through the list now. Items that have been pulled include 11G by Ms. Zalatel, 11I by Ms. Braga, 11K by Ms. Zalatel, 11N by Ms. Zalatel, 11O by Ms. Braga, 11P by Mr. Rivera, Q by Mr. Rivera, R by Mr. Johnson, T by Mr. Rivera, V by Ms. Zalatel, and Z by Ms. Zalatel. Did I miss any of those? All right, so hearing and seeing none, I would like to ask for a motion to approve Section 11 consent agenda items that were not pulled.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Bond, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, God, I just did that backwards. So I'm going to restate the motion. The motion is to postpone indefinitely all items that were not pulled.
Yes, that is true. So moved.
Mr. Bond had the motion, so is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Brawley. Almost got that backwards. Okay, so there's a motion to postpone indefinitely all items not pulled by Mr. Ball and a second by Ms. Brawley. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to postpone indefinitely? Hearing and seeing none, those items have been postponed. So next we will take up item 11G. Item 11G is Assembly Memorandum AM 299-2024, Anchorage Women's Commission, Sharon Lane. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. There's an amendment needed on this one?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the title to read Municipal Women's Commission.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you. A motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Walland. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Any opposition to the amendment? Asking unanimous consent, seeing and hearing none. The item has been amended. So any further discussion on the appointment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 299-2024 as amended has passed the body.
Excuse me.
What did I do? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm moving faster than our poor computers over here will work. So, yeah, the motion to approve was by unanimous consent. We'll do this vote one more time on the main motion as amended. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Thank you. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 299-2024 as amended has passed the body. Next, we'll move on to 11I. 11I is AM 307-2024, Geotechnical Advisory Commission, Brian O'Dowd. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item.
Bronga did move to approve.
Sorry, Bronga. Sorry. Yeah.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Speak to it.
Please do.
I am moving this forward. I know Brian O'Dowd, and he works for Alaska Railroad. He's the kind of young professional that we want involved in city government, and I don't see any reason to not appoint him.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 307-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11K.
Move to approve.
Hold on, I got to read it. Assembly Memorandum 310-2024, Military and Veterans Affairs Commission, Sam Garcia. I think Ms. Salatel, you pulled this one.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Presverdia. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed it last time. I just didn't get in time. I just want to check with the administration. I think I want to make sure that there's no objection to the administration on this appointment.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Presverdia, I think I can report that we have no opposition to this appointment.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for catching that, Madam Clerk. Hearing and seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 310-2024 has passed the body. That moves us to 11N. 11N is AM 324-2024, Board of Building Regulation Examiners and Appeals, Eric Visser. Ms. Salatel, you pulled this one.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Anyone wish to speak to this item? So why don't we ask broadly?
Yeah, I think I'd just like to ask the administration if they have any objection to the ones that we've pulled. So we don't need to go through all of them, but I want to make sure there's no objection. Thank you.
So I'm hoping we can ask the question generally across all of these items. Is there any of the names that were pulled that are objectionable?
To the chair, I believe that we are in support of G, N, and Z. I'm not sure I have the complete list in front of me. We would ask for more time on 11O. We'd appreciate the chance to dig in to the naming commission appointment.
Okay, so no objections except more time on 11O. Is that fair to say, Mr. Folsey?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so on this one that we now have before us, it's 11N. Again, are you good? Okay. Seeing here no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 324-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have pulled 11O. 11O, Ms. Braga.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. Bronga. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Johnson. So I think we were just requested to provide more time on this one. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess to Mr. Falsey, is July 30th enough time, or would you like later than that?
Through the chair to Assembly Member Rivera, I believe we can make July 30th work. I will confess that this is in the category of potentially need to ask the Assembly for a little bit of grace, just to emphasize there are 25 different appointments here, and after 2 weeks without the mayor's appointee, who is likely to be handling boards and commissions in the long run, it has been a little bit of a fire drill to catch up. So July 30th, we can aim for that date. If the Assembly is willing to give us a little bit longer, we probably would take it, but we could certainly look at July 30th and then be in a position to apprise you again when we get there.
Okay. I think given that response, then I will go ahead and make a motion to postpone action on this item to the meeting of August 13th.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Did a bunch of folks just take themselves out of the queue? Or did you get bumped out of the queue? Because I had like 6 people in there. Okay, so on the motion to postpone, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. And I was in the queue originally and just put myself back in. I was going to remind folks, there was a lot of discussion about how, and I believe maybe this was corrected at some point as I'm looking at it, but it was discussion about what positions are on the naming commission. This states that this person would fill one of the 4 at-large positions. There was a lot of discussion about different areas of town. So I guess what I would suggest is that if there is desire to look at this individual, I am not opposed to postponing, but I think it might be cleaner to simply dispatch with this item, the person reapplies, and then they are considered in the full context of the naming commission. I recognize that will take more time, but we're essentially postponing something that I think several members had serious concerns about the way that it was being presented before, so I just want to remind folks of that. So whether it's the 30th or August 13th or whatever it is, I think there's also a valid argument to say that this person could reapply and then this could be moved forward as opposed to carrying this item forward for another couple months. Thanks.
Anyone else on the motion? This one, I'll just say this one was one that failed 6-6. I think the last time it was before us, it was highly contentious. So it's an interesting one to continue. So with that, members may proceed to vote. Postpone. Yeah. Oh, was it August 13th? Yeah. I'm sorry, I thought it was 7:30. August 13th. So on a vote of 7-3, that motion passes. The item has been postponed to the meeting of August 13th. So next we have item 11P, AM 423-2024, Anchorage Transportation Commission, Salvador Solis. Mr. Rivera.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera.
This is one of the commissions where we heard directly from the taxi industry, which is the Transportation Commission covers more than just taxis, but they're the definitely the biggest industry that weighs in on that particular commission, and they very much want at least 2 of their appointees, but it looks like we have 3 of them before us, put on the commission so that they can continue doing their work. So I urge approval on all of them. Thank you.
Anyone? Oh, Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not opposed to approval here, especially given what we heard and the commission's desire to do work. I guess I wonder, when I looked at this before, I don't know if I don't think it's required that you have transportation experience or experience in those industries, but I do wonder to what degree it is advantageous to have folks who have direct transportation experience. I see this individual worked for the DMV at some point, which maybe would be considered that, but I just wanted to put that on the record as, I guess, more something to think about going forward with this commission. Thanks.
Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I've learned in dealing particularly with the taxi cab industry is when they need something, they'll reach out. And they do a pretty good job. This one is really specific, and they do a really good job of vetting the people, and they have very strong opinions. So this is one of the two that they recommended. They said they weren't necessarily familiar with the third. And so I would urge your support here of this individual because it does have support of basically the folks that are going to be most directly impacted by the commission. Thank you.
Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 423-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11Q.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mr. Rivera. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to immediately reconsider the motion to postpone the action on AM 416-2024. The Public Naming Commission.
So there's a motion to reconsider the motion to postpone to August 13th.
Second.
So the,
Oh, I wasn't on the prevailing side.
it doesn't matter. No, Mr. Rivera moves, seconded by Ms. Zolotow. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing that primarily because, as I was, just being frank, as I was looking at the vote was 7-3, I believe it was, and I have put on the record that I do not support Mr. Whitney for the position, and I just don't see how myself changing on that particular subject. So I think rather than, I think as some have said, postpone the inevitable, like we know there's probably not enough support for this particular appointment, why don't we just get it done? So with that, I will urge a yes vote for us to reconsider and then for us to just dispatch of this question. Otherwise, we'll dispatch it on the 13th.
Ms. Branca.
The reason I wanted to pull this is I had an opportunity to work with Mr. Whitney, looking at possible changes to the structure of the youth member and the youth advisory group. And I also was impressed with his work on trying to line up when these positions, different positions were actually ending, and he did a lot to clean up a mess. So I think he's smart, and
So-
maybe he's not going to make it, and so we do want to dispatch it, but I just wanted to let you know why I did pull him.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia, on the motion to reconsider.
Yes, I want to support Mr. Rivera's motion, and I agree that I do not believe that this is someone that we want on the naming commission, and I think we've pushed this along far enough. I think we need to dispatch with this and move on. Thank you.
So the question before us is, shall we reconsider motion to postpone on item 11O? Please, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-2, that item has been reconsidered. Now before us is the main item, and I think it was a motion to approve. So anyone, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to express my appreciation for every person that puts their name into the hat to be a member of boards and commissions, and to the work that Mr. Whitney has done already. But specifically, I wanted to also make it clear that the rejection of a name of an individual for one particular panel or board doesn't necessarily mean that they would be rejected for other boards or commissions. And I think this particular board and commission has a future that is moving away from where it came from toward a different place that we are still to be determined how that actually works in terms of the processes that we want to have. more accurately reflect the naming processes of our community. So knowing that we're moving forward, I would encourage Mr. Whitney to put his name back into the hat, and if there are opportunities for him to continue to serve, just reading his letter, these are the young folk in our community that want to build a home here and want to really continue their commitment to public service, and I think that's a good thing. But I don't want Mr. Whitney or anyone else to get the message that just because you may not be a good fit for one particular place doesn't mean you shouldn't put your hat into the ring for another. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a difficult one. I'm kind of two minds on this one. My primary concern from previous was addressed. I really wanted to know which of the seats Mr. Whitney was appointed for, and so he was appointed for one of the 4 at-large positions, not one of the, I guess, more specific qualification positions. On I guess a personal level or resume level, I don't have any issues with Mr. Whitney, but I do think because this is something that is so newly formed by the Assembly, and this is going to be its first time being formed, it would be very interesting to see who the new mayor thought would fit into this. So I don't know. I think I will probably vote to confirm just because I don't have any misgivings about the applicant, but I would welcome a conversation with the administration and the co-sponsors of the project forming this naming commission, sort of about what we envisioned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
Just a reminder that the administration did specifically call out this as something they wanted to take more time with. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. The motion is to approve. On a vote of 3 to 7, AM 416-2024 has failed to pass the body. Next, we have item 11Q. 11Q is AM 424-2024, Anchorage Transportation Commission, Isaac DeBoy. Mr. Rivera.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 424-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11R. Item 11R is AM 425-2024, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors, Gregory Wayne Lorino. Mr. Johnson.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve
Second.
by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Johnson. Want to speak to it?
I guess I'll just say briefly, I think looking at Mr. Lorino's background, I think his perspective would be of value, and I also want to say I appreciate his continued effort to express enthusiasm for the position, even following the postponement action that happened in May, so I'd be happy to support him.
And I put myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks, Ms. Zalatel. I did have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Corsentino about this individual, and Mr. Corsentino said that this nominee came through them to the administration, and they are supportive. And so I don't have any problem. If the administration wants a delay, we can. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing any requests. So, but I did speak with Mr. Corsentino specifically about this, and he said it was their nominee. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AM 425-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11T. 11T is Assembly Memorandum AM 505-2024, Public Transit Advisory Board, Kyle Milkey. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Walland, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the meeting on June 11th, where we postponed this item, there was, I think, a significant discussion talking about this particular appointment's qualifications. So I urge approval just based off of that discussion. I think this appointment will be a good addition to the Public Transit Advisory Board. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing, seeing none. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 505-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11V. 11V is AM 510-2024, Anchorage Transportation Commission, William Burke. Ms. Salatal.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatal, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, the taxi cab folks who reached out didn't have any specific position on Mr. Burke, but I know this particular commission is having issues getting a quorum, and so I think it's important that we get it, the vacancies filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just add, my understanding of the Transportation Commission is it does primarily deal with taxis, but to the extent that it may deal with other freight transportation issues, loading, deliveries, and so on. Okay, I'm seeing a no. But I will note at least that this person does seem to have a great deal of fleet and, kind of on-the-ground transportation experience, so their experience might be valuable. Thanks.
You don't remember from your complete read of Title IV? Okay, sorry. Anyways, any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 510-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11Z, AM 528-2024, Police and Fire Retirement System Board of Trustees. Ms. Salatal.
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Salatal.
Second.
Second by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Honeman was here tonight. On a vote of 10-0, AM 528-2024 has passed the body. 26 items. Feeling good. Thank you, everybody, for going through that exercise. So next we'll move on to the 13s. We have item 13A. 13A is AO 2024-63, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the Fairview East Downtown Revitalization Area designation as a deteriorated area as established by AO 2014-071S as amended to extend the sunset expiration date.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is open again. Public hearing is open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You got 3 minutes. Did the green? It's off. It's off.
Green
there you
arrow.
Go. Now it's on.
Get a red arrow pointing to the green arrow. That'll cost $10,000. I'll do it for 9. This deterioration of the East Fairview area, I recall that you took from B Street over to A Street for the new Aviator Hotel and declared it a deteriorated neighborhood and tax credits were allowed, etc. But the real deteriorated area of Fairview is on the east end, which would be down on Ingra over to Hyder to Eagle, all the way up to Cordova. Those houses are back from the 50s. My concern in extending that is that some federal monies in tax credits, even yours, that if you keep allowing this, what's going to happen to the other end that really needs to be revived and have some economic incentive? So I'm concerned that I own property downtown, I own property in Fairview, that when it comes to the federal budget and to the municipal budget granting tax credits, not everyone is going to be treated fairly, kind of like the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all, but not in equal amounts. So I really want you to look to the future, and what you're going to grant in one section, it has to be applied, really where it's needed, and that would be towards the mountains, towards the east section, and hey, that's truly a deteriorated area, and it continues to be so and needs those incentives there. So keep that in mind, look to the future. I won't be here, but at least give it some consideration and thought. Do you have any questions? No questions? Your minds are made up? Scaring me. Okay. No questions, I'll be back, public appearance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So this conversation will happen in two parts. The first part is action tonight, and then the second part will be a future action in the not too distant future. And so I regret that I was unable to get the work together to amend slightly the borders of this tax abatement program and to eliminate some of the barriers that were installed in 2014 when the administration at the time really didn't want to do this, and the assembly said you're going to do it anyways, but the compromise was to add some burdens that make it impossible to be used. And in fact, it was stated that one property to the east around the Aviator used this in 10 years. It was used one time in one section of the neighborhood, which means it wasn't a smashing success. The comments of the testifier that it should be in the east of the Fairview corridor, it is in the east of the Fairview corridor, but the money, the capital isn't going there at this time, which is the real dilemma. And so what this action tonight would do is just extend this item because it's set to expire today. And so it becomes no longer valuable or valid as of tonight. But if the assembly approves this extension, then it's going on for the next 10 years. Then will come back a proposal to somewhat amend the boundaries and eliminate some of the barriers. So that's the second part of the conversation. And now there are other conversations happening about creating a more broad housing-based tax incentive for citywide or in targeted areas, but using the ordinances that we have. This is separate from that. This is a deteriorated property tax abatement. It is not a gift. Right, it's a hazard, but at the same time, it's an opportunity. And so some have expressed they want this in their neighborhood. No, you want the other one in your neighborhood, which is the housing tax credit. I assure you, you don't want to tell your neighbors you just designated their property as deteriorated. And so, but that said, this is the reality in this part of town. There will be a second project coming forward, and I urge your support. Thank you. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I wish I had organized myself better to ask this question previously, but I was looking at the part that talks about how you will need 8 residential units, and I think about Anchorage, at least in my area of town, which this is not part of, but at some point we may. The mobile home parks off of Muldoon are deteriorated. There's no way around it. And I wondered I don't know if there's any mobile home parks in that Fairview East corridor, but if there was, I wondered if this would be usable for it. That's one question. The next question is you have 10 years to take advantage of this. What if you sit on this and do nothing till year 9, and then you start your remodel project? Does it get 19 years of tax abatement? How does that work?
So, no. Once you are qualified with your property, that's when it starts. And so the 10-year window is this package of a tax abatement program will expire. You can no longer apply in 10 years. Like, as of tomorrow, you could no longer apply. If this doesn't pass tonight, 10 years have expired. But the applicant that did apply under this applied, I think, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And so they'll have 8 years left under their program to take the benefit that was approved under the program. And so any applicant that is approved and qualified would have 10 years from the day of the qualification.
So if they qualified, but they didn't get started, they have they have to get it done in 10 years.
The clock starts.
Okay, good.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I do support this, first of all. Second of all, I appreciate the background with the prior ordinance. I was not involved in this when it first passed, but it did, your comments made me think back to a mayor, a few mayors ago in 2014 who stated that the government does not have any role in development. So we have come a long way as a city in 10 years that we are talking about not whether to do this, but how we can do it better. So, and just you alluded to the larger conversation, I just want to say again, and I've said before, what we really need to do as policymakers is think about how we connect our desire for what we want to see with the economic realities that we are working in real estate development. And so I think I look forward to those conversations continuing. They don't preclude this moving forward, obviously, and I am going to be looking to the administration, not so much tonight, but moving forward, because the other piece we need to connect is how all of these choices that we make will impact our overall tax base. And so that is the part of the conversation we also have to have, not because these are not valuable tools. The goal is to get more buildings, more productive economic uses in our city long term, but we also need to think about the cost shifting that will happen, and so we have to make sure that we're making good choices there. So all of that is way beyond the scope of this ordinance, so I will say in the meantime, thank you for bringing this forward, and more work to come. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? I hate that it's last minute. Makes my soul shiver that it is the last night, and I'm sorry to everybody that this is on the table the very last night, but I appreciate your support. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AO 2024-63 has passed the body. Thank you. Next, we have item 13B, AO 2024-61, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 4.60 to add a new section amending AMC Title 16 to add a new chapter and amending AMC sections 1.35.010, 3.20.010, 3.30.012, and 3.30.172 to establish the Accountability Board for Child Care and Early Education and the Principal Executive Officer for the Child Care and Early Education Fund.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We also have an S version. Is there an S1? Yeah, and an S1 that was laid on the table tonight. Thank you. So the public hearing on this item is continued and now open again. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the S1 version.
Second.
Mr. Presverdia moves the S1 version and Ms. Brawley a second.
Oh, we had someone who wanted to testify on the phone.
Well, no, but Trevor, so he is available for questions.
Okay, great.
And so as one of the
Great.
people who's been working, you can
We would
call
like to
him
first call Mr. Storrs.
if you
Thank
want.
you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hi, this is Trevor.
Hi, Mr. Storrs, Anchorage Assembly here. We're debating AO 2024-61. Mr. Presverdia is ready to ask you a question, I think.
Yes, Mr. Storrs, would you like to share your thoughts about this this ordinance?
Absolutely. For the record, and thank you, and to the chair, Trevor Storrs with Alaska Children's Trust, also co-chair of the interdisciplinary team that has been working on not just this and supporting the ordinance, but overall how to make recommendations to the Assembly on how best to use the dollars. And looking at this ordinance and the recommended changes, they all are very much in line with what the team has been hoping for and our overall desires. And as the primary sponsor of the ballot initiative back in 23, this also very much aligns with what our hopes were for the board to support the work around early childhood development and specifically with these funds. Specifically want to call out and thank the change to add a parent and making it two. We see that having parents on this board and in all of our work around kids is very important. It really captures the concept of having those who are most impacted by policy or decisions involved with it, those with lived experience and having parents involved. So seeing that increase is a positive change and we very much endorse it. Again, I just want to say thank you to the Assembly for your work on this and the overall work around early childhood development. And thanks to all those who have been volunteering their time for the past 9 months. And you all will be getting a report in the next month on our work.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Presberdia?
Yes, I'd like to speak on that.
You have the floor.
Thanks. Today we gather to discuss a significant step forward for our community, particularly for our young residents. We are here to vote on an ordinance that establishes the Accountability Board for Child Care and Early Education, and I want to take this opportunity to provide some context and clarity on this important measure. In April 2023, the voters of Anchorage made a crucial decision by approving Proposition 14. This landmark proposition dedicated our municipality's annual marijuana tax sales revenue to the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education, or ACE Fund. This fund is a pivotal investment in the future of our children, aimed at enhancing and supporting child care and early education programs across Anchorage. Proposition 14 also called for the creation of an accountability board to oversee the ACE Fund. This board is designed to ensure transparency, effective use of funds, and to provide strategic recommendations on how to best support early education and child care in our community. To bring the Proposition 14 to fruition, a private-public partnership was formed between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Alaska Children's Trust. This partnership led to the establishment of an implementation team, which has been working diligently since October 2023. This team includes Assembly members, school board members, and representatives from a variety of sectors, including Head Start, Thread, Alaska, JBEAR, the representatives from a variety of sectors, including Head Start, and child care providers, the Anchorage Health Department, and more. The implementation team has met regularly and conducted extensive public outreach, including community presentations, public meetings, and surveys. This engagement was crucial to gather input to ensure that the board's structure and functions reflect the needs and priorities of our community. Now let's turn to the specifics of the ordinance we are considering today. The ordinance amends the Anchorage Municipal Code to establish the Accountability Board for Child Care and Early Education. This board will oversee the ACE Fund and ensure it's used effectively. It will consist of 9 members reflecting a broad range of experiences and perspectives related to early education and child care. Members will be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the Assembly. The board will include up to 4 members actively employed in the early education or child care sector, at least 1 member with a background in social services, including behavioral health, and at least 2 members who are parents or guardians of children in early education or child care programs. The responsibility of the board will be to serve as an advisory body to the mayor and assembly, to oversee the administration of the ACE Fund, including soliciting funding ideas, evaluating grant proposals, and making recommendations, review financial reports and audits, and commission annual evaluations to ensure the impact of the funded programs, and to collaborate with the Anchorage School District and other entities to coordinate services and avoid duplication. The board will adopt written policies related to the ACE Fund and develop a strategic investment strategy. It will hold public hearings to solicit ideas and prepare an annual budget recommendations to review by the mayor and assembly. The ordinance will also address the appointment of a principal executive officer who will serve as an executive director of the board and details administrative support and staffing requirements. Before we proceed to the vote, I want to express my deep gratitude to those who have been instrumental in advancing this important initiative. Sincere appreciation to the 3 community members who initially championed this cause, Eric Croft, Trevor Storrs, and Ivy Sponholtz. A special thanks to former Assembly Chair and now Mayor Suzanne LaFrance for being one of the people to bring this forward. In addition, former Assembly members Austin Quinn Davidson and Kevin Cross for their leadership. Heartfelt thanks to Member Brawley for all of her work on this. Another member of the IT is Kathleen McCardle, the President and CEO of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. And big thanks to Trevor Storrs again and Jessica Simonson, who are co-chairs of the IT. Thanks to Austin Quinn Davidson for shepherding us through this. And another thanks to Jen Vinnick-Lawson from Legislative Services for all of her work. In conclusion, the ordinance represents a commitment to ensuring that the ACE Fund is managed with the highest standards of the accountability and effectiveness. It reflects the voices of the Anchorage community as shaped by extensive consultation and collaboration. And by approving this ordinance, we are taking a critical step forward, fulfilling our promise to enhance child care and early education services for our children. I encourage your approval. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief. Thank you to Member Perez-Verdia for outlining kind of the big picture and all of the work that's gone into creating this. And thank you again to all the folks that he named who were involved, and also to the public who for really participating in this process. Excuse me. We've been keeping the Assembly briefed through public memorandums on agendas about our activities, so you can go back to those. I'll also note that there was an overview of the board, this ordinance, at a work session in June 14th. We made a few improvements in an S version, including adding that second parent representative as required. And then also, I just wanted to note that we scaled back some of the language around the board's activities administering funds, recognizing that this function is allowed in the charter for this board, but also because it is brand new and there will be a hiring of staff and other considerations that maybe that is somewhere that the board gets to in the future, but will not be starting quite in that place. But I also wanted to note that in the S1 version before you, the main change is to simply the name. So it does not signal that we don't care about accountability, but it provides a name that is clear what it is for, the Child Care and Early Education Fund, but it also is not so specific in what the board's, kind of only function would be there. So I'd urge your support. And then lastly, I'll just note that we've been working hard, not just on the creation of this board to bring it to the Assembly for approval, but also on making initial recommendations of where the funding should go. And I'll be clear that it is not saying, here's the organization specifically who should be funded. It is really broadly, what is the best use of these funds to begin to make an impact, both our 2024 funding that is sitting in a fund now and looking ahead to our budget process in 2025, the way that we do other dedicated funding such as alcohol tax. So this ordinance does not talk about funding, does not make those recommendations. That is a separate product that will come forward from the implementation team, informed again by all of this community process that we've had, and it will be transmitted to the mayor, to the Assembly, and then once this board is seated, it will be handed basically to the board as something for them to continue working forward through so that they can make those advisory recommendations. So just in case anybody was wondering what would happen with the funding. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alto.
Thank you. I have a voice amendment. I think it's for clarity's sake. So I want to start there. It is on, sorry, I had it and then I went on. Page 7 of 8 at line, in the section that's B5 at line 33. I would like to actually on line 36 and 37 delete the words or consultation with.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second, for purposes of discussion.
Mr. Bond, go ahead. Thank you. So moved by Ms. Alto, second by Mr. Bond. Go ahead, Ms. Alto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Voland. So as I'm reading that section, if I just go back to the original language, and you can cheat a little bit by dropping down to 23E, because that's what the original language looked like without the new additions. The Anchorage Equal Rights Commission is subject to, the executive is subject to appointment of the mayor or the Equal Rights Commission, subject to the approval of the mayor. And so right now, if we go back up to the language as proposed, it's the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission or the ACE Fund Board, subject to the approval of or consultation with the mayor. My concern with the consultation language is it also applies to the AERC. It's not divorced and only as applicable to the ACE Fund Board. So now we're fundamentally altering the process that's existed with the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. And it's not, so I think it's important that it stays consistent, and I think the intention, as I read throughout this entire ordinance, when we are putting these in to the employees section, is to make this position very similar to the AERC position. And so it seems odd to have that language that says, or consultation with the mayor, when everything else is approved, either subject to the appointment of the mayor or subject to the appointment of a board, subject to the approval of the mayor. This is an anomaly, and I don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to speak to Ms. Zalatel's remarks about her suggested floor amendment. One of the phrase or consultation with the mayor is true. That's only supposed to apply to the director for the ACE board, executive director, and that's exactly the language that's used in the Charter 606. So it's not intended to affect the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. I think, though, in the larger picture of this section, it doesn't dictate, I guess, the sort of approval or process. It's just assigning classification for executive directors of the Equal Rights Commission and the ACE Board Executive Director. I'm uncomfortable, I guess, removing the language, but as an alternative, you could just end this whole paragraph 5 after fund board period and remove the rest. But it sort of then is not consistent with the rest of the section. I guess to be consistent with the charter for this fund board, I would prefer to leave in the language, which is exactly the same as the charter language.
May I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, are you saying that the charter requires that this be consultation and not approval of the mayor for this position?
Yeah, Charter Section 606E, Accountability Board Staff, says the board may, but it's not required to appoint a principal executive officer in consultation with the mayor. In consultation with the mayor is the exact words, and that's where those words in this ordinance came from.
Okay, well, I see what you're saying, and okay, if that's the case, then I think this language needs to be reworked, and it needs to say Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, subject to the approval of the mayor, semicolon, or the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education Fund Board with the consultation of the mayor, or whatever the specific charter language says. Because right now, the two are shoved together, and I think you have two separate orders of operation. Great. I'm going to step out of the queue and write that up, because that's not simple. Yeah, come right back. So if there's more to talk about with regard to this ordinance, thanks.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, the way that it's written modifies the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, and that's not in the title. And so I don't think we can actually do that if we're modifying any section that's relating to the Equal Rights Commission, because it's not called out. But it sounds like there's a fix coming.
Yeah, there was no intent to affect the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission in any way, but the position is very similar to the Equal Rights Commission Director, so they were sort of put together in the same section, but there was no intent by the sponsors or the drafter that it would affect the Equal Rights Commission Director's position.
I understand there was no intent, but the language, that's the dilemma. The language does. And so
Mr. Chair, can we...
That's why I welcome Ms. Salatel's clarification amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
Yeah, I hear what you and Ms. Salter are saying. I guess I want to hear from the municipal attorney or from our assembly attorney as to whether they believe that it does that. Does it affect the... Does it do what they are saying it is doing? That's what I'm trying to understand. I can understand that's what they believe it may be affecting it, but I'm not sure that I agree, and I would like a legal opinion on that.
Ms. Gardner.
Through the chair, I do think it, as drafted, does have the grammatical effect of modifying the ARC as well. So,
okay. All right. Thank you.
So there is another amendment, but Ms. Salatel will be moving it, and so is there any further discussion on the item while we wait for the amendment? No, okay. Some more water. Shall return. Okay, so I hear withdrawal of the First Amendment and a new amendment is coming. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after checking with Mr. Gates, I believe the new amendment should read for that section, it will delete the current language that says, or the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education ACE Fund Board, and or consultation with, and then after mayor, add a semicolon and read, or the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education ACE Fund Board in consultation with the mayor, period. That is the amendment. If I can get a second, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Brawley. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, the amendment has passed. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I move amendment number 1 that's already written and in your packets.
Second.
So motion to amend by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. All right, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. This amendment just clarifies that staff costs must adhere to the spending limits set forth in charter and are subject to assembly approval through the annual budget process. This really just brings this in alignment with how we already kind of oversee and ensure like ACDA's budget is working and that that the staffing is a part of the designated portion of this fund that is for administrative costs. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I understand the rationale for this, and I'm not opposed to it. I will note, though, that this is, there were several things in an early draft of this ordinance that basically replicated parts of charter, and in several instances, we ended up not carrying those forward, thinking it, and so this doesn't exactly replicate the language of charter, but it is already covered essentially that, that any staff expenses are within that 10% of funds, and similarly that their budget would not be sitting separately from the rest of our budget. But also that said, this doesn't cause any harm either, so I'm not opposed to it. Thanks.
Mr. Constant?
Thanks. And on that note, the reason we did this was because most people, when they go to figure out what is happening, they go to the code. They don't go to the charter. And so we figured that this piece of information was probably pretty critical to spell out up front because it does set some limits. And they're already in the charter, but you know, most of us don't even know how to go to the charter, let alone, you know, the public. And so that was exactly the rationale. It was like, this should be up front. So anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 10-0, that amendment has passed. Next, we have before us the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. While we wait for the clerk to catch up, I'll just say thank you to everybody who worked on this. It was a big community project. On a vote of 10-0, AO 2024-61 as amended has passed the body. Next, we take up item 14A. 14A is AO 2024-64, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning, including Section 21.03.210, to explicitly state the Assembly's authority to waive the review recommendation processes for text amendments to Title 21. The public hearing on this item is now open, and we'll start with the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Peace. The Anchorage Assembly is now having a public hearing on AO 2024-64.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
All right.
Are you speaking on
I'm
behalf
speaking
of
on
yourself?
my own behalf this evening. I have 3 points. First, excessive speed. Driving legislation is not like driving an ambulance. A life doesn't hang in the balance if the Assembly allows 21 days to inform the public. 21 days is a minimum for community councils and busy residents to understand a proposed Title 21 change. Reducing public notice to 7 days would effectively shut the public out. Land use regulations have long-lasting effects. Therefore, changes should be clearly and widely understood, not rushed. My second point is about tunnel vision. 64 invites the Assembly to rush straight on to a vote on land use regulations without analysis from the planning staff, nor a PZC hearing, nor informed public input. This is legal under the municipal charter, but most times this short circuit does not serve the public interest. Assembly members are amazing generalists, but not specialists in land use, even those who network regularly with housing activists. In this age of social media, we are all aware of the tendency we all have toward confirmation bias. The Assembly sponsors a recent string of rezoning ordinances avoided a predictable public process and timely input from planning staff. Ordinance 64 invites more of the same. That may feel decisive or powerful, but legislating with selective in-house input does not serve the public interest nearly as well as expert analysis and broad public feedback. My third point is the similarity of this ordinance to the pitch line for the Assembly's Nerd Night. Quote, "We're not looking for expertise, we're looking for informed enthusiasm." Nerd Night's a great way to share enthusiasm and fresh ideas and mocktails, but when it comes to legislation, enthusiasm is not a substitute for expert analysis from outside of one's talking circles. The current review process for Title 21 amendments ensures expert analysis and broad exposure. In conclusion, 64 invites excessive speed. 64 deters informed public input. 64 avoids professional planning analysis. And lastly, 64 is not necessary. The Assembly currently has the implicit right to waive the public process for Title 21 text amendments. Such waivers should remain the exception as they are under current code, not the rule if the Assembly passes 64. So please vote against 64. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down, folks. That's the only phone caller, so if you want to be heard, now's the time. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'm Diane Holmes, speaking for myself. Waiving P&Z review for Assembly's T21 text amendments may save time, but it precludes input from professional staff. Without P&Z's recommendation and the already minimal 21 days notice, this AO marginalizes the public's ability to understand changes in our land use codes. We benefit from staff expertise and can make knowledgeable comments if we have adequate notice and reviews from the Muni's planning and legal departments. Likewise, you benefit. We have a public process. Wouldn't you prefer that residents bring you comments from a foundation of accuracy and understanding? The issue of text amendments to Title 21 has come up before, and Muni Legal has been very clear that major changes must follow specific processes. I thought that was settled. 64 says the Assembly must still comply with all 3 approval criteria for T21 text amendments. Yet, how can non-professionals who may be writing these amendments also determine in a nonpartisan manner if what is being proposed will promote health, safety, welfare, is consistent with the comp plan and is necessary, etc. I am dismayed that with 64 and the attempt to codify something that's not a good practice to begin with, but which you have been doing for a long time. Waiving review should be a rare event, not merely for expediency when one doesn't exist. How about developing standards for when reviews can be waived instead? To codify a flawed tradition does not make it better, and it would be a disservice to the public, your constituents, and the reputation of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Duncan Fisher. I live in Spenard. I would like to politely urge you to please pass this ordinance. We all know that housing is really the core out of a lot of the issues that gets discussed up here. Property tax, so housing is land use. It touches all of us, touches all of those things, and there are so many procedural blocks to getting anything built in this town. You all know it. We know it. There's a lot of process. There's a lot of opportunity for public comment. Having both the city planning body, the planning board, and planning and zoning weigh in on every single change is, we have so much process. You're not going to get more, there's never going to be enough planning to sate the people who ask for more planning. People want to push back to a 2050 plan. Why would you come and live here if you're looking to buy a house and you're a young person and the people in charge are like, oh yeah, we'll do a plan for 2050. That's crazy. The time is now to make these changes, to have a city that looks like a city, not a collection of parking lots and strip malls with some suburbs in between. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sean McDowell, and I live in South Addition, and I am a renter. I am here to support this ordinance simply because it would explicitly allow for powers that the Anchorage Assembly implicitly already has to waive the Planning and Zoning Commission. It would make it quicker, it would make it easier, and more efficient to amend Title 21. And I'd just like to highlight the importance of amending the necessary parts of Title 21 that need to be amended in order to increase housing stock, to make Anchorage more affordable, to make it more livable for young people, for renters, for the unhoused. And so to summarize, I urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Will Walker. I live in Spinard. I'm an attorney, so I think a lot about rules and governance. And one thing we know about our balance of powers is typically legislative functions are part of the legislative body. We don't have Congress having to ask, some sort of third party before they legislate. That's a legislative power. Second, this already, to my understanding, is a practice within our municipality. I was watching one of your meetings in the last few months. There's a couple who came who, due to a land use issue, they came, it was an expedited process relative to this formal review that was essentially waived so that they could build on their property without, going through steps and steps of process to clear up an issue with Title 21. I think it's important for our government to be able to govern, and I think unnecessary delays are not going to help with that, and this doesn't mandate that the Assembly can still go through the process, but this makes it more explicit that they don't need to go through planning and zoning for certain changes. And so I urge you to support this.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Elena Plachet. I'm from South Addition. I urge you to support this ordinance today because we have a housing crisis. We talk about it a lot here at the assembly meetings. I talk about it a lot with my friends and neighbors and community. We simply cannot build enough housing. That's just one piece of the problem. And I think Title 21, I've personally tried to read some of it. It's pretty confusing. I've heard from a lot of different stakeholders in the housing world, and it makes it really difficult to actually build housing and even understand what the rules are. And when we identify those pieces when you identify those pieces that are necessary to change, and you don't need that extra layer of PZC, kind of input or for those pieces, then I think, we put you in this position to make policy, and you're the experts in policy, and I think that you're right, to be able to change that, and it's already something that you can do. So I would urge you to support this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
I have someone in the queue for you, Mr. Volland.
Elena, I have a question for you. I see some of you are wearing buttons. What does your button say?
Oh, mine says proud renter.
Proud renter. Okay, thank you.
So
Appreciate
I
it.
am a proud renter.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Weiser. I'm a homeowner in Airport Heights, so my button says someone I love is a renter. I urge your support on this ordinance tonight. I see it not so much as a response to the housing crisis as a really common sense clarification of the code where there's some ambiguity currently. I understand it's been common or at least occasional practice to skip the Planning and Zoning Commission review when that is deemed appropriate, and I think it would be really helpful and in everyone's best interests if that process is clarified and that ability is clarified and codified. So yes, I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Erin Baldwin-Day. I'm a homeowner in the Tudor neighborhood. I'm here also testifying in support of this ordinance because I've participated in the community conversations around zoning simplification over the last several months, and that experience has taught me that clarity is in short supply when it comes to our zoning and building codes, and not to mention the processes involved in changing them. Literally every person that I've spoken with who was involved in the last overhaul of Title 21 has something kind of like PTSD from that process, which I understand took approximately 10 years and resulted in a document that barely anyone can read, including the authors. And I don't think I'm stepping on anybody's toes when I say that. I appreciate that the ordinance that's before you tonight creates legal clarity around the authority of the Assembly to do its work as the legislative body that is accountable to voters in making and modifying policy. I also appreciate that it clarifies the Assembly's relationship to the PZC as an appointed advisory body that is not accountable to voters. The fact that this ordinance codifies the existing practice of waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review, which both the Assembly and the Planning Department already do in the course of their work, strikes me as an objectively helpful clarification. I am troubled somewhat by comments this evening that make it sound as though PZC referral is some sort of antidote to the boogeyman of Assembly overreach, which sounds to me like a reaction against a perceived lack of process and public input during passage of the Home Initiative. Regardless of how one feels about that process, I do think it's important to emphasize that the PZC is a volunteer advisory body, and when it comes to the adoption of plans, rezoning, or amending land use laws, that is their role. I imagine that the PZC was never intended to be a vanguard against changes to code, or a political stumping ground where the same people who show up and testify at Assembly meetings can show up and say the exact same things to a group of unpaid volunteers. The assumption that PZC review is always absolutely necessary strikes me as an obstructionist posture, and one that is patently unhelpful to our city doing the very necessary work of simplifying the laws that govern where and how our housing is built. As we look ahead to the Title 21 text amendments that will absolutely be required in order to make it possible for abundant housing to be designed and built and made available to our neighbors all across Anchorage, clarity and simplicity are more important than ever. And with all of that in mind, I encourage you to please vote yes tonight on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Speaking on your own behalf?
As an individual, yes.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Thank you. My name is Mike Hitchington from Girdwood. Although I'm speaking on behalf of myself, I am a member of the Board of Supervisors, elected official, and also an applicant, I suppose, a petitioner for a current thing that's a Girdwood Comprehensive Plan, which is currently going through the process. And I will start with a small anecdote. I spent 5 hours yesterday evening sitting just over there, going through Planning and Zoning Commission review of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. And it took about, including work from consultants, preparation, and some responses, about 5% of our budget was spent on that particular meeting last night. And we're going to do exactly the same thing in a few weeks or months when it comes in front of the Assembly. It produced one document. Effectively, we start again. So just from a process point of view, seeing it from the inside, it doesn't feel like a very valuable exercise sometimes. But what I really wanted to say was to slightly misquote Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. There's kind of a question here about, should you, could you, or could you versus should you? There are other things you can do, other things you should do. I think there's no question at all the Assembly can do this. I think actually in the question of should the Assembly do this, also it's mostly a yes. What I've generally seen, broader than just my experience yesterday, over many years of being an enthusiastic observer of Planning and Zoning Commission, Title 21 in general, is that when it comes to questions around whether something follows the rules or the principles of existing code, Planning and Zoning Commission is amazing. They're very, very good at that. With staff support, it comes out very, very well. When it comes to issues of future policies, I don't see the same level of ability. And that's nothing about individuals. It's partly about the process, the way things work. even when the body is purely doing a recommendation and not making a decision, the ex parte communication, the lack of ex parte communication process actually gets in the way, I think, of coming to good conclusions and really understanding what's in front of them. So for those reasons, I am generally a supporter of, broadly a supporter of this. I wish there was some little bit of language in there that perhaps distinguished policy questions versus purely, grunt level text amendments. But I'm fine as it is. The only one question I have is in looking at the roles of the different bodies, I looked at the different chapter, Title 21, Chapter 2, and there is some language in Title 21, Chapter 2, Section 090, B2, which appears to be somewhat duplicative and also has a requirement that there is an opinion or recommendation coming from the boards first. So it might just be worth having a quick look at that as well. Maybe, I'm sure the attorney's already considered it, but as an amateur, I just saw that as a potential issue.
Can you go ahead and restate the code section you're referring to?
Certainly. It was, it's Title 21, Chapter 2, which basically talks about the structure of boards and commissions and the role of the Assembly. And Section 090B2, I actually have it in front of me. So Section B is land use procedure, so it's 2102090. Section B is land use procedure, and Step 2 says where a board or commission has authority under this title to review and comment on a land use matter, the Assembly shall not take final action on the matter until it has received and taken notice of the review comments and recommendations of the board or commission. Very similar language to Title Chapter 3.
I'm sure it'll be addressed in the debate. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Glatt. I'm a renter in District 1. And I just want to observe, well, I urge you to pass this, and just want to make the observation that it seems to be agreed by both sides of this issue, including prior testimony, that this won't change anything, that the Assembly has already determined that it has this authority, and there seems to be general agreement about it. So it does make me wonder a little bit, what is the purpose of bringing it forward? And it seems to me that it serves two purposes. One is to tie a bow on the resolution of a dispute that came up not too long ago about whether or not the Assembly did have this authority. So I'm glad to know there's agreement in the fact that it does have it, and I think to the extent that this ties that bow and just makes it clear, that's great. And I think the second purpose this seems to achieve is to get more people to testify and to bring more of these concerns before this body. And I know that historically, the body hears a lot from people who just want to preserve Anchorage in amber for understandable reasons. People feel very invested in what they bought into. Unfortunately, however, we need to look to the future. Well, that's not unfortunate, but unfortunate for those who want to keep things as they are. And if we want to have the kind of nimble and responsive building and development and innovative thinking that helps us get the kind of Anchorage we want, which includes far more variety in our housing options, I think simplicity is the watchword, and if this clarifies the fact that there are simple procedures available to you, all the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome. Are you speaking for yourself or the council?
No, I'm representing myself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Kathy Gleason. I live in Turnagain, and I just wanted to make a few brief comments about this proposal. If the goal of this proposed ordinance is to send a strong message to the public, including community councils, which you are most of you, if not all, are aware that I'm fully engaged in Turnagain Community Council, that the Assembly as a body puts engagement with being a well-informed body and go through a full public process is a low priority. I find this very unfortunate and disappointing. You are all elected to your positions, and you're there to represent your constituency, which is broad and certainly of varying opinions. But it seems like you really don't want to hear from the public with only a 7-day notice of perhaps substantial changes to Title 21, no matter what your perspective is on how the future of Anchorage should play out. In the memorandum by Mr. Chair Constant, it says this proposed ordinance merely seeks to codify the longstanding practice of municipal government. I've been around a long time. I've been in front of this body a long time and many times, and I don't think this is a longstanding practice to limit engagement without any planning department review, any planning and zoning review, and only a 7-day public notice when you're changing code, a very important section of our municipal code. So this goes on to say, as it is the inherent right of a legislative body to legislate, certainly accept that premise. It has been the accepted practice by all branches of the government for the Assembly to waive these requirements when it deems that seeking the advice of the Planning and Zoning Commission was either unnecessary or not in the public interest. So my big question is, who determines what the best interest of the municipality is? This is not definitive within the ordinance or the memorandum, which I think leaves a lot of open-ended discussion, room for discussion. Going back to the ordinance on Section 1D, where it says text amendments may be approved by the Assembly if the Assembly finds that all of the following approval criteria have been met. And then the criteria is on the second page. This criteria is very vague, broad. It's allowing for the use of this waiver as a general rule rather than the exception which it should be. In closing, I'd like you to please be accountable to those who elected you and be responsive to public input. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Dan Gleason, a 42-year resident of Turnagain and an active member of Turnagain Community Council and former president of Turnagain Community Council. AO 2024-64, if passed, will codify the Assembly's power to waive the review, report, and recommendation process for text amendments to Title 21, and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review of this ordinance. While the sponsor states that the Assembly already has this right and has exercised it before, this ordinance has the potential to set a troubling precedent that can be misused by the Assembly and others that may have an entirely different set of motives. The 3 criteria are overly broad, and there is no guidance as to how and when decisions that the criteria have been met, what sort of justification and documentation has been prepared when the criteria are applied, if and when the public gets to see the documentation, and if Assembly members other than the sponsor get to review and vote on the validity of the application of the criteria. There are strong reasons why Title 21.03.210 of the Municipal Code requires Planning Department and Planning and Zoning Commission review for text amendments to Title 21. Part of this is to apply appropriate technical expertise in advising the Assembly decision-making and to make that expertise available to the public so that they can review and comment on proposed text and land use changes in an informed manner. The ability for an Assembly ordinance to be introduced, scheduled for a public hearing 7 days later, and potential acts acted upon on the night of the public hearing is not reasonable public process. The process of going through Planning and Zoning Commission allows adequate time for consideration of Planning Department recommendations, allows for adequate public process, and provides reasonable recommendations to the Assembly. Rather than making such broad change proposed in this ordinance, more constructive path may be for the newest administration, new mayor, Assembly, and the Planning and Zoning Commission to work together to improve communication and foster more efficient and timely actions to address community land issue land issues. If the ordinance is approved, it should include the following conditions. There are four, but I don't have enough time, so I'll just go to the most important one. The waiver should be a rare exception and not the rule to ensure important reviews and full public participation in proposed lands. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a couple of comments I'd like to make, primarily in response to public testimony we've heard today. So the first is I'm having a little bit of whiplash. One of the testifiers talked about enthusiasm and that policy shouldn't be driven by enthusiasm, but that same enthusiasm, particularly with AMATs and the policy committee, is relied upon by these same individuals to bring their transportation policies to the forefront in a very difficult forum. So you can't have it both ways. Second, I want to talk about community expectations. I thank Mr. Constant for bringing this ordinance because there is a community expectation that everything will go through the Planning and Zoning Commission. However, that is just not borne out in truth and reality. If you go back and look, waivers are any time the planning department seems to think that they're convenient and happen quite frequently. So I think this just makes it clear that we can determine when to waive. Additionally, the criteria for waiver isn't changed. So in this ordinance, the approval criteria are the approval criteria that have existed all along. They're the ones the Planning and Zoning Commission have been using. So if they're squishy for everyone. And I think that's part of the issue. So text amendments, the three approval criteria, all this ordinance does is renumber them or re-letter them. And then lastly, I would say, it's not our practice to typically introduce an ordinance and hear it 7 days or 8 days later. It's usually 2 weeks at a minimum, meeting to meeting. And there's nothing here that prohibits the planning department from weighing in. Once something's introduced, any department can submit an AM, right? We've seen it happen before. They can be here and weigh in on legislation. They can coordinate with the municipal manager. So none of this prohibits that from happening. And then lastly, I'm hoping throughout debate that Mr. Edgington's comment about that other section of code is addressed, but I don't think that this is inconsistent with that because ultimately the authority in the code lies with the code drafters, which is the legislative body, which is us. So it's just kind of this inherent loop back. So I think it's really important, again, that this codifies and clarifies what has been possible all along, sets forward a clear community expectation, and definitely, I think, should signal to the planning department or any department in the municipality should something be changed and planning and zoning referral or review be suggested to be waived in the proposed item, that they should weigh in during the time it is set forth through the assembly's process. It doesn't mean that a subsequent referral might not happen, but why miss the opportunity when it's presented? Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I do have an amendment, but before that, I want to make some comments that will essentially lead into and give context to it, and then I will move the amendment. And I appreciate Member Zolotel speaking to the timeline question about, in what circumstance would we ever take action on something that was only introduced 7 days later? I think that it would be rare, and it would mostly be in an emergency circumstance. Where did this requirement come from? I think we need to remember not only that our code was substantially rewritten in essentially passed in 2012, some cleanup in 2013, But what happened before that? And so I tried to go back into our older code and got a little bit lost in there because I don't know the organization of it. But what I actually went back to was a document that was written in March 2003 by the consultant who was hired to begin the Title 21 rewrite process, again, way before I moved here. But was doing a review of our current code. So I'm going to read just some brief excerpts because I think it puts it into context. So what did our code say about Title 21 text amendments before the rewrite? Well, the consultants found in their review of the current code, there is a provision for comprehensive plan amendments, and they cite where that was, but it lacks a specific authorization or procedure for text amendments to the code as a whole. So that, to me, reading that now as someone who has a better understanding of the legislative process, suggests that a planning consultant did not understand the general principle that the legislative body writes legislation. The fact that it was not in the code for them was a hole, but it was a hole that is filled by the fact that the legislative body already has a process. So that was interesting to me. But then what they went on to recommend is, we recommend the Planning and Zoning Commission review text amendment requests and make a recommendation for approval or denial to the Assembly. They further recommended that it would be applicable to all textual code amendments that ultimately are approved by an ordinance. So this is where that came from. The reason that it maybe has been our practice for a long time to waive it is because the requirement to utilize Planning and Zoning Commission for this only came into the code about 10 or 11 years ago, period. So what we are talking about keeping in the code is not something that has been there for generations. It is something that was added basically on the recommendation of a consultant over 10 years ago. The second piece is that they further recommended that for, quote, non-substantive housekeeping changes that could be dealt with administratively, that this consultant recommended that the staff be granted the authority to do that without going through the amendment process. Now that is interesting because they are essentially granting almost quasi-legislative powers and waiving planning and zoning separately from the legislative body. So I bring all this up not because we need to say that this consultant's recommendations are good or bad, but I just wanted to say that that's where these things are from. So it suggests that this was not a long-standing practice of the municipality, and it suggests that they did not contemplate the idea that the legislative body has its own process and legal authorities. I will also note there is in the notice of amendments that the director, this is in our current code now, notice of amendments for Title 21, if the director determines a technical amendment is needed, the director may forward a corrective amendment to the Assembly. They have to notify the Planning and Zoning Commission, but they do not have to go through review. So there is already code practice that grants essentially the director more authority than the legislative body to bypass planning and zoning in some circumstances. So all of that to say, it is not a compelling argument to me that just because this is something we've done occasionally, it is a loophole that we should close. It is basically an inflexible piece of code that a prior assembly did to the city. And so I believe it is, and that is not an argument that we should always waive planning and zoning review. It is not an argument that they don't have value. What it is an argument that our Title 21 in this particular instance and many others is too rigid and too inflexible, and it does not account for the difference in scale of circumstances or the difference in again, the legislative body versus an administrative body like planning and zoning. So all of that to say, coming back to the approval criteria as well, when you say that you must make findings in order to make a decision, that is something that an administrative body does. It is not something that a legislative body is required to do. They are great guidelines. As Member Zalatel said, they are things that are already in our code, and they are regularly used by planning and zoning. So having said all of that, I would like to move Brawley Amendment number 1, and then I can speak more specifically to what it is doing.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. This amendment is one, recognizing that there's other parts of this title that are inconsistent with each other. There's multiple places now. I think one was mentioned where a board is required to weigh in. Clearly, that's the way this code was constructed when it was written. And so that's what the first piece does. The second piece changes the language to say, because the approval criteria section does not just apply currently to the assembly, it is what is used by staff or the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so what this does is it simply says text amendments may be recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission for referral if they make these findings or they follow this approval criteria. What it takes out of that equation, it is any implication that the assembly is required to make those findings, because we are not. That is not the way the legislative body works. And so again, it's a couple minor changes, but again, it is trying to really clarify what is the role of a legislative body and how that looks in the code, and then what is the role of, in this case, an advisory administrative body, the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Volland? No. Anyone else on the amendment? I support it. Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-1, the amendment has passed. Next, we have the main motion before us as amended. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So touching on a couple things that Member Brawley sort of pointed out is, legislative authority and how does that currently function in this process that the community has an expectation for, and just thinking about the role of the commission. I found Mr. Edgington's testimony tonight particularly salient. And I think, my perspective on the Planning and Zoning Commission is informed now by being the quote, petitioner on two pieces of legislation. First, the triplex and fourplex ordinance, that the Title 21 piece of that, and then also the home initiative. And I will say it was a very interesting process to go through. In both processes, we were, as the legislative sponsors, afforded a work session with the commission to give a presentation on what our legislation effectuated. And then at the actual meeting, we got, we were treated similar to a standard petitioner, where we got 10 minutes to give our spiel, and then we could reserve some time for a rebuttal after the public hearing. And then after, the planning department had unlimited time to opine on our legislation. And I think one thing that I worry about with the Planning and Zoning Commission is that, yes, they are valuable. Yes, they give very good input, but sometimes I think there's a little bit of a power imbalance there, where they get all of this, advice, supplementary information from the planning department. I think sometimes in a way that does create some internal conflict. And when Mr. Edgington talked about maybe they aren't the best equipped to be the policy changers, they're very well equipped to be the policy interpreters, but not necessarily policy makers. And I don't necessarily think that is the posture of at least the current members on our Planning and Zoning Commission, that they want to be elected policy makers. I think they want to interpret code and make the best advice that they can. And so I guess, I don't anticipate that because we passed this, that this is all of a sudden, the assembly is ever going to take a posture where we're just waving here and there sporadically. But I do think there are going to be times where there's small changes, technical changes, or in the need of expediency, like we recently had with people in the community who are trying to improve their property, where we are going to have to be able to move a little bit more nimbly. So I support this, but I also support it in the realm of, we are the elected policymakers. And we need to be able, I think, to be a little bit more explicit about what our role is, what the role of the Planning and Zoning Commission is. And there was other testimony tonight about there should be standards for when things can be waived. But again, that's just a sort of an effort to limit our legislative authority. And so value their advice. I just want to make sure we're not putting the Planning and Zoning Commission, who are volunteer community members. They are not all of them professional planners. Doesn't mean that they don't have any expertise in different areas of building and land use, but they're appointed and then confirmed. They're not elected, and they're not all professional planners. And so often I think, positioning themselves, too much, or us positioning them too much as experts in land use, I don't know how fair that is on every issue. And just because we waive Planning and Zoning Commission review doesn't mean that any assembly co-sponsor of any legislation can't go to the planning department, to our professional planners on the front end, and get advice and run your legislation by them. So there are several opportunities, I think, for input from the administration, from the planning department on things that we do. And planning and zoning can be one way to get further advice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I do know there's times that it's a 7-day window. I've seen it. It's frightening when we move that fast. So I would be worried about anything that limited community input to that degree, especially when it's affecting Title 21. I heard several people talk about how this is difficult to understand. Title 21 is difficult to understand, how we need to make it simpler, we need to just streamline, and it is really complex. And even though we are the policymakers, there are other people that do this day in, day out that I would feel more comfortable if and we can always go prior and ask for more clarification, ask for them to help in the drafting of it. But the bottom line is, we have a huge number of items that we have to know a lot about, and I feel comfortable working from the Planning and Zoning Commission, who does this very often. Examples of skipping review, I've already seen that many times since I've been on the body this short amount of time, and when there is an emergency item, I think it's appropriate, and it seems like it happens. It works. The last thing that I wanted to, there's two other things. So we are all pretty awesome up here, but we may not all be this fabulous body in a few years, and we may rue the day that we allowed a lot of power in the planning and the Title 21 changes, because we don't know who's going to be up here next and what kind of plan they're going to have. The final thing is on the first page of this, under C, 14A under C, it says, the Assembly may waive the requirements of subsection B above. And my God, I don't know where B is. And if someone could tell me where that is. Oh. It says hereby amended to read as follows: the remainder of the section is not affected and therefore not set out.
But it's underlined, so, yeah.
B was the prior section.
Okay. It's not in here because it wasn't changed. See, I'm no good at this.
That it? Yep. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Sorry, I
Johnson.
dropped off abruptly.
Yep. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I think Member Braga said a lot of what I wanted to say, so I'm going to try and keep it short. It's funny, actually, before Mr. Edgington got up here, as I myself was contemplating how I felt about this ordinance, I was also thinking of what I would call the Jurassic Park principle, could versus should. And I certainly think we can do this. I don't see anything that, violation of code or charter for the Assembly to take this action, but I still contemplate whether or not we should. And in my mind, I still believe we should not. I value the input of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I think it's worth noting that while it is an additional step, ultimately they are just recommendations, which we can choose to take or leave when we take up the ordinances ourselves. And so I don't see that additional step, other than the cost of time, really in any way preventing us from taking the actions we want to. But I do think it's a step that does a lot to help inform the public, and as Member Braga pointed out, inform this body. And I value having their input. Maybe I don't ultimately agree with all of it, but it does lead to more informed decisions, certainly on my part. And I see this as a safeguard, I think. And I don't like to really get in the habit of here of saying things just to be on record, but I do want to put it down here as a marker, if you will. And Member Braga pointed this out as well. At some point, the ideological makeup of this body will change. It may be a bit left to center right now, but we know how politics are. The pendulum swings one way and then it swings the other. And we are dealing with a housing crisis, and we want to take action on that. And I certainly see that crisis, and I wish to do my part to take steps to address it, even if I don't always agree with everything that comes before this body. But it will change. I don't know if it's going to be 2, 5, or 10 years down the road. And the tools that we are creating today will be wielded by a different assembly somewhere in the future. And while we talk about wanting to make it more streamlined and expedient for us to make big and bold changes to Title 21, I think that we are inviting another body to, I think, potentially go in a very different direction with these tools. I'm not saying that's something that I would support, but it is a concern that I have. Certainly when we look into the federal government, every time the political center changes, the new body comes in and immediately sets about trying to undo everything the body before them did. And I do not wish to see that sort of chaos come into our local government. So when I look at these steps, the processes we go through, the involvement of the Planning Department, the Planning and Zoning Commission, I appreciate the moderating effect that it has on our policies, and I think ultimately is more likely to lead to policies that will stand the test of time.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Maybe the Chair can help me as well. And fundamentally, is anything that we're debating today eliminate the need for assembly action? What I mean by that is, if there is a text amendment forward, does it still require that 7 members of this body still vote on things? Or are we eliminating assembly action as a requirement and it's just a unilateral pen? It kind of sounds like some folks are afraid of that, and I wanted to get clarity on that, Chair.
No matter passes the assembly without 7 votes.
So fundamentally, if I'm hearing even folks from all competing sides, and I remember the municipal attorney at the time a few meetings ago described that we already have this capacity. We already have this ability to do that, and I don't think it's been disputed. I think people described could or should as maybe their own challenges, and I think those are fair things, but I think it's interesting to project into the future that if we make a change today that is not necessarily a new tool, but an existing tool that is being clarified in this particular ordinance, let's say we didn't do that at all, and the composition of this body changes in the future as well. Couldn't it be, Chair, that the composition, if it's changed in the future, could still move in a direction that some of the members have expressed a fear or concern about?
With 7 votes.
With 7 votes. And so I just wanted to be clear. My fundamental premise is use what you have and start with where you are, and I've described that multiple times. I wonder about, do we need to do this? Do we need this to do what we're proposing that we are going to be able to do because of this? And the answer is no. So there's some degree of, we already have this power, but I think the Chair articulated a few meetings ago, and I look forward to hearing your commentary, Chair, is that this is really about clarification of existing tools or powers that we currently have for the sake of codifying it in clarity so that we get past the debating about whether or not we have this ability to do it. We all basically agree, and then fundamentally, this does not remove all of the pre-existing conditions that would otherwise require items to go to P&Z. So this is not to remove any other of the apparatus. One of the comments I heard today was, and I respect the folks who have articulated their positions, but I don't think it's fair, and I think it's a little bit of the gaslighting effect, where it describes that if this body moves on this today, we are effectively eliminating opportunity for public involvement. In fact, there is nothing in this ordinance that eliminates the current public involvement apparatus. And in fact, we are elected officials, and it takes 7 of us. So I would actually articulate that there is plenty of public involvement, and fundamentally, our elections are part of the ultimate public right to weigh in on our choices. And so, Chair, I just wanted to thank you for the clarification, and I think I'll be supporting this today because I remember the arc of how this came to us, and this is fundamentally an item that all agree we already have the power to do. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Just briefly, first to restate, it is my view that this was a bad recommendation that was put into our code, and so I look forward to changing that. I also appreciate everybody's perspectives. I think it's really important just to reflect on the fact that that for better or worse, the people that come after us can make completely different choices than we will. And in fact, there are situations, just like we have found with the folks who have come before us, where it is better to make a choice that they are going to make than the one we did for whatever reason. And we're not going to know that. That is the nature of the legislative function. That you cannot constrain future legislative bodies. And so certainly we do that by creating code because we need code to function as a city, but the ability to change it is always going to be there. And lastly, I'll just state again, we have made Title 21 almost impossible to change. And there are the mechanisms in the code, there is the way the code is written, and then there is this essentially just argument that we keep having that seems to boil down to, can we make significant changes to the code even though there was a lot of process and a lot of thought that went into what is in there now? And my answer to that is always going to be yes, change is possible. We can make those changes. And we need to set aside, and I guess I'll finally say, when people ask what are your priorities in the city, a lot of times my answer is fixing long-term problems, and my other answer is settling fights. There are many fights in this community that have continued for a long time, that to the extent possible, the more fights we can settle, to the point about not having the same argument over and over whether we can do something or not, but being able to settle that argument so that we can move on to the next argument that is probably a valid argument to have. That is a benefit for our community. So to the extent that this ordinance could potentially settle a fight and let us move on to the next topic, I think there is value in that, separate from the content of the ordinance. So I really urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
So a number of things. I will start with assemblies that came before us on the theme. Somebody I know and respect a lot, my predecessor in this body, the conversation we had 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when this item was laid on the table because it was such an extraordinary moment, opined in the paper that progressive ideas led the discussion, including debating how to slow growth and limit the population of the city to preserve its quality of life. That was a decision made by previous assemblies, by people who I know and respect, but whose decisions were bad for this city, and they need to be undone. And it's no stroke against those people because I believe they were doing the best that they could at the time with what they had. But the argument about change is good. In fact, I am a true believer in term limits. I have come to understand after my some 8 years of service on this body, term limits are a gift to us as well as the public. Change is essential. So, a number of things were said, and I don't grow passionate about these things, but an argument was made that the intent of this is to limit engagement. That's not the intent of this. The intent of this is to be very, very clear about what the legislative power provides. It was asked, who determines what's in the best interest of the municipality? It's not the Planning and Zoning Commission who determines what's in the best interest of the municipality. Never has been, it never will be. Who determines what's in the best interest of this municipality is a majority of 7 members of this body and the mayor. We are the ones elected to do this work at this time today, right now. These are the bodies that make the determination of what is in the best interest, period, full stop. It's certainly not advisory committee. It's certainly not the planning department staff. It's certainly none of those things. It is right here on this dais between these two branches of government, period, full stop. Now, Mr. Glatt, you suggested that there were 2 reasons why you could see this is a value. I have a few more. One, I think I like your your framing that it's to tie a bow on the resolution of a conversation that we were having a couple weeks ago. Because that conversation was off the rails. And the rails were that the Assembly doesn't have the power to do this. No, you don't have the power to do this, and we inherently do. But the code isn't clear. So another argument you made is to excite people to participate. That's a side effect. That's not the intent. But boy, am I excited to see people present to say, let's make it easier to do good in this town rather than let's slow everything down. The third piece is that it is this ongoing conversation. You can, you can't, you can, you can't, you can, you can't. Let's get past that. It's time to move past that question and get to the next step of the work. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, Ms. Brawley. But there's even a fourth one, Mr. Glatt, that really ties into your work. So we had some people suggest they're going to sue because the Assembly is acting outside of its authority. And I don't want a judge to have to consider, does the Assembly inherently have this power? What I want the judge to see is the code that states the Assembly has this power, so that when the question comes before the judge, when somebody who opposes a project for some reason, the judge has it right there in black and white writing. This is the law. That clarity will resolve in future conflicts so many things. Save money, save time, because this argument will be vanquished by the Assembly exercising its legislative authority. So there are questions that are worth asking about when is it proper to waive planning and zoning. It's certainly not proper to waive planning and zoning all of the time. But it's certainly within our purview to ask and answer that question. And 7 of us get to decide, and I hope it's 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 of us. So my hope for all of you on this is that you join in affirming the legislative authority granted to you by the Charter and the history of separation of powers in this country, because this is just a clarification of a power that it currently exists. And it needs to be done because we continue to have this tennis match or pickleball match of you can, you can't, you can, you can't. Let's resolve it tonight. Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address one item that you mentioned, if I can. You mentioned, you used the term bad for the city with respect to some choices from the past. And I think that the better way to possibly frame that is there was a different time with different choices, different reasons. Today's a new day. Thank you.
Amen. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-3, AO 2024-64 has passed the body. Next, we'll have item 14B, AO 2024-66, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly reestablishing the Americans with Disabilities Act Advisory Commission. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion?
Yes, briefly.
Ms. Zalatel.
Just notice that this goes back to October 14, 2022. So the 3-year period goes into effect till October 14, 2025. So this should be included in that year's sunset audits for next year, and have a recommendation from the audit committee as to whether it should be reauthorized past that time. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I just have a question, given how much we've been talking about boards and commissions. So I see that there are folks appointed to this board, and my intent is to vote yes to put this board back in place. Because this board does not exist currently until after this passes, what is the current status of these 7 members? Can they be simply considered still appointed to the board? And I don't know if that's a question for Assembly Counsel or the Muni Attorney, just making that we close that loop. Thanks.
Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. So if you look in section 1, it says all appointments thereto and all unexpired terms of its members shall continue to be and constitute actions and appointments and unexpired terms, as if it had not been terminated by operation of law, meaning we're just going to pretend like we didn't miss it and it's going to keep on going.
Thanks, then I will not ask further questions. Thanks for pointing that out.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AO 2024-66 has passed the body. So for item 14C, it's improperly on the agenda. It's actually was postponed to the meeting of July 30th. It was set for public hearing for July 30th, so no action is required on item 14C. Now we have item 15A. 15A is AR 2024-206, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of location of beverage dispensary license number 3518 with restaurant designation permit for Jalapenos Inc., DBA Jalapenos. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-206 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, resolution AR 2024-208, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store license 4669 for Walmart Inc., DBA Walmart Supercenter number 2070, located at 3101 A Street, Anchorage, Alaska. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-208 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, which is AR 2024-209, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of the package store license number 4765 for Walmart Inc., DBA Walmart Supercenter number 2188, located at 18600 Eagle River Road. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Salatel, anyone wish to testify? No. Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-209 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15D, AR 2024-211, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store license number 4948 for Walmart Inc., DBA Walmart Supercenter number 4359, located at 7405 DeBar Road. Public hearing on this item is open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-211 has passed the body. Next, item 15E, resolution AR 2024-213, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Alternative Distributors, Inc., a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M35328, doing business as Outlook Dispensary. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Was that Ms. Salatel? Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-213 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15F, AR 2024-217, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Superb LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M36957, doing business as Superb. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item?
Good evening, Ron Oliva. I'm almost an adjacent property owner to this facility. I want to say how improved they made the neighborhood, but the biggest thing is it's a very clean and secure facility with cameras, and it should be acknowledged that as a grow and a distributor, people should welcome drug distributors and people who improve the neighborhood. Security is the biggest thing. They have better security than Walgreens, and Walgreens is the biggest drug dealer in the city outside of the base. So I really wanted to state that it's improved the neighborhood, but also this is on a railroad lease, and that north side of Post Road is going to be developed for a third track. But this facility and other business facilities there should remain and have their leases renewed because the funding's not there for the third track, which will be dedicated mostly to the tourist train. So it's a little disheartening to have this removed on a short-term lease, and anything the city could do to work with the railroad to extend the leases on the north side of Post Road would be an advantage. And they're knocking down the buildings. Auto Electric got knocked down, and you lose that tax base. So I'm supporting this. Good neighbor, good asset to that area, no harm, and an improvement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on that item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved
Second.
by Ms. Branga, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Volland?
On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-217 has passed the body. That now concludes our business agenda. We have audience participation. Welcome. Now's the time. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
No sense repeating it. Ron Oliva, 50-year resident. I have a business in downtown Fairview. Also, I'm a resident in Rogers Park. My business locations in Fairview is at that very famous site, 3rd and Ingra. But my appearance here tonight, if you followed my emails, I'm going to make in a request to follow the law and abate the illegal, dangerous camps because there's space available and they are getting more dangerous. And that's the area of concern is adjacent to my 4th Avenue properties, just down from the Lucky Wishbone, and Heidi, the owner, joins me with this, and it's just before cooking the pre-trial. Now, along that hillside, community service through the Department of Corrections will brush that area and then remove the garbage. But unfortunately, you have to abate the camps first. So they're holding off on cutting the brush, cleaning it up, and making it safer. Now, I've documented this in multiple emails and photos to ad nauseum or nauseous from the hotspot that it is of illegal activity, the sanitation, the violence, the theft, the fire, the sexual abuse. That bothers me, but drugs, etc., and then the economic interference that you can't be in business there and keep addressing the activities that go along with illegal camping. Space is available at the Brother Francis and SWS, so you can abate them immediately. It's not going to turn out well. And our new municipal attorney, she's good. in fact, she's better than good. She held up a little issue with me on a couple of trees, but she has expertise in dealing with the homeless in Valley of the Moon Park and did a real good job. And you have some solid legal backing in any issue, but particularly this one with the homeless. So if this site is not abated, the situation's going to escalate. And I lost a worker and his girlfriend who got executed there, and they never found the perpetrator who knelt them down in their tent and shot them. So this is going to get worse, and you have a chance to prevent any further harm. Immediately abate the camps. Do you have any questions?
There's no one in the queue. Thank you, Mr.
Pardon
Leva.
me?
There's nobody in the queue. Thank you, Mr. Leva.
No one's in the queue?
Thank you, Mr. Leva. There's nobody in the
about
queue.
the Z?
Okay, we have other people waiting. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the time, and I would prefer to allow some assembly comments, so I'd like to move to extend the meeting by 10 minutes beyond 11, so to 11:10.
Second.
There's a motion to extend the meeting to 11:10 made by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Member Brawley. I'm going to seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Okay, seeing no objection, the meeting is extended to 11:10. Welcome. You'll need to turn the microphone on with the green button there. Yep, and then please state your name and the area of town in which you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Ernest Thomas. I've lived in Anchorage for the past 43 years. I put my house on the market today. I'm leaving. I'm taking all of my family out of Alaska, out of Anchorage. And the reason is my 2 dogs that were emotional support animals.
Can you bring it down there so we can hear you?
My 2 dogs that were
Thank you.
emotional support animals were confiscated by Anchorage Police Department after I spanked one for pooping on the seat of my truck. I spanked him 3 times. As a consequence, they were kept in animal control for 3.5 years before I could get to trial. And as a consequence of being convicted, I was told that if I did my appeal, there was a 95% chance the appeal would be granted because the city withheld evidence. Monica Elkington did in fact breach her implied immunity over the phone by threatening people and so on and so forth. In any event, they confiscated my dogs. And so to keep the dogs from having to spend another year, my attorney told me it would probably be better to release them and so they could be adopted. When the day I released them, the people at Animal Control killed my 2 dogs. And here's their pictures. They were very smart dogs. They were very good dogs. They were innocent dogs, and they shouldn't have been killed like that. All we were doing is waiting for the judge to make his decision. If they'd have waited, they didn't have to euthanize my dogs. They did it out of spite, and I realize now there are very, very evil people hiding in government. And this has just destroyed my life. And so I leave Alaska after 43 years of living here. I thought I'd be buried here, but I'm leaving. I'm selling my house. I don't want to have anything to do with Anchorage, Alaska after what they did to me. And then my other question to the assembly is, what are we going to do about these trigger-happy policemen that have shot 5 people already this year? Is anybody looking into that? Maybe they should.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify? Anyone at all? Okay, with that, we'll turn to member comments, and I believe we'll start with you, Mr. Perez-Verdia, since you wanted to have the opportunity.
Sure, thank you. Just a few comments. I wanted to welcome Chief Sean Case and Municipal Attorney Eva Gardner. We look forward to working with both of you and looking forward to a new level of professionalism and as I said before, transparency and again, accountability. I want to just again congratulate everyone that was involved in the Prop 14 ACE Fund and thank everybody that brought that to fruition today. And I'm excited to work with this new administration. I'm excited for us to get some things done over the next year, 2 years, 3 years. I just want to also say that that I'm looking forward to the new structure for the committees as well. I think it's a new opportunity for us to use that time really effectively, and I really want to encourage the administration as they come in to use those committee meetings as a way to workshop ideas and to ensure that that time is used effectively so that when we get to the meetings here, that we are efficient with the use of our time and that we've worked a lot of those things out in advance. So that's all. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks. It was a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Brawley?
No comments, thank you.
Mr. Voland?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I want to say that I welcome more people who are enthusiastic about issues, whether it's housing or transportation or whatever it might be, to be part of the conversation, to be part of the public process. And I think we've seen a lot of that recently. And personally, I'm thankful for it. And I'm thankful for the work that our legislative services team has really done when it comes to outreach and helping us host events to engage the public and help people understand how they can access their assembly members and access the process. So big props to them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Bronga?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to caution that maybe the reference to this new professionalism with the new staff. I feel like we had some very professional people on staff in the previous administration, and we have great people coming on, and we just need to look forward. And I really want to take one last chance to thank Mr. Kohlheis for all his work in 2 different administrations, maybe more, well, yeah, many more than 2. But thank you so much for all you did on the rough couple of years.
Zalatel.
Thank you. I want to echo my thanks to Mr. Kohlheis. I've enjoyed working with you and not always seeing eye to eye, but really enjoyed the work we've been able to do together. Want to underscore the importance of the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting on Thursday. Really big pieces of the port are going to be presented. I will not be there, but I'm also pretty in the know. And I know Mr. Johnson's got the helm pretty well. But if you can't make it, please be sure to tune in, and then we'll be working on the follow-up from that committee meeting to make sure we stay on time and on schedule for that project. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
I'll just also say thank you, Mr. Kohlheis. It's been a pleasure working with you and look forward to the future holds for you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Mr. Littlefield.
I want to say thanks to Kent. I've known him a long time. May you find peace and calmness in all your endeavors. Have a great time.
And Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. Kent Kohlheis has the quote of the night. I'm gone, or I'm out of here, whatever he said, yeah. I'm out. I think that's how you used it. First of all, Kent, thank you for stepping up, as the chair mentioned earlier, through challenging times in the municipality to step up into the leadership role and not kind of have a crystal ball to what to confront, but you did a great job. And from my vantage point, you were able to help me serve my constituents well. And anytime I've reached out to you, you were able to help me connect to the right people in the municipality to address the needs of my constituents. And I appreciate that. And I encourage the new administration to continue that because I send short emails and I don't want to start writing long emails to explain what I need done. And so I hope that we can just continue the flow of that. And on that point, Chair, I just wanted to encourage folks. I really appreciate working with the members of this body. And I hope that from the public's vantage point, people can see how we can disagree with dignity, still roll our sleeves up, and come back to work. And in the public testimonies that we've heard around a lot of issues, we talked about enthusiasm and energy, and I want to describe democracy is not easy, and there are many, many opinions in our community, many different vantage points. But what I see is that there are a lot of people who love Anchorage for different reasons, with different expectations, and looking for different opportunities. So together, when we work, we can make Anchorage the place we want to be. This is difficult, but this is what democracy looks like. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, thank you, everybody. And we will stand adjourned until our next meeting. We have a special meeting on Friday. We have a number of work sessions. And thank you. We are adjourned.